Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku played hide and seek and was left forever? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Shouta remembers it so clearly, the yelling, the arguing, the items being thrown around. 15-year-old Shouta hates them so much, he hates them for not accepting him, calling him a freak. He just hates his parents in general and they hate him back. He's never had the luxury of holding his parents' hands while they walk through a park, or the bullshit they do in the movies he calls it. So that's why his calm demeanor is broken when his parents ask to talk to him. Your mother is PRE. It was blunt, straight to the point. He can only feel pity after the shock, pity for the baby. Pity that the baby would be raised in the same abusive way that he was raised. He can only reply with a mere, okay. A few months later his father moved to America to support his family, bullshit just like the man is Shouta thinks. His mother Inko has no one to blame, too prideful to blame herself she blames the FTS inside her stomach. Things only get worse for 15-year-old Shouta. Blinded by rage he too blames the small FTS inside his mother's stomach. There are two parts inside of Shouta, the part that blames his unborn brother for everything and the rational part that tells him that the FTS can't even do anything. Why can't you do anything? Don't look at me with those eyes, you freak. How did you even get into Udata? Why don't you contribute to the house? You are the reason my husband left us. More months pass by. Shouta finds himself surrounded by the cream-colored walls of the hospital room. Him and his mother sit in silence. Unmitigated silence as the cries of a small baby crescendo in volume. The hospital staff rush to assist his mother, placing the small wrinkly baby in her arms. She smiles, not a real smile. A fake smile. The smile fades as the staff congratulate her and walk out of the room. As soon as the staff are gone she stares at the baby, scoffs then frowns. The baby is small, of course. Everything about the baby is tiny except its big green eyes. He stares, it stares back. Izuku. Shouda's mother scoffs. Izuku? That's his name, dumbass. Oh. A year passes by. A year of him being in Udata passes. A year of Izuku's life passes by. A year with his 3 dumbass friends passes. I'm home. Shouta calls as he opens the door. He doesn't even know why he bothers to announce his arrival every day. He is greeted by silence, the usual. His mother Inko is probably drinking or gambling somewhere. Ever since Izuku was born, she was never home. And when she was home she would be yelling at either Shouta or little Izuku. Shouta doesn't know who to blame. The silence is broken as he hears quiet babbling. 17-year-old Shouta walks towards the chipped frayed crib that Izuku lay in. He's hit with the smell of urine and whatever lay in his diaper. As he changes Izuku's diaper, Izuku claps and mumbles. Show. For the first time he smiles. Instead of the pity, for the first time he feels adoration for his baby brother. It's 7 p.m. when Shouta hears the doorknob aggressively rattle. As soon as the door opens he's hit with the unpleasant smell of alcohol. Heavy, aggressive, unstable steps makes its way towards the kitchen. Ungrateful little sheets. The adoration Shouta feels for his baby brother is gone. The pity is gone. This night it's replaced with rage. How dare this baby make his mom stress? How dare he put a financial burden on the family? Shouta stops his thought process, the rational part of his mind coming back. He's realized how pathetic he's been. He knows it's not Izuku's fault. So why can't he stop blaming Izuku? Another year passes by. Shouta and Izuku is 2, almost should has been waiting for this year. The year he graduates the year he's legally allowed to leave this hellhole he calls home. Shouda's quick, he pockets money and shoves whatever belongings he has into a giant brown tote bag. He's been planning this ever since he was able to talk. He doubts his mother will miss him. He walks towards the front door placing a note on the counter. Great, he's finally ready. Ready to leave this part of his life behind. Ready to finally become a pro-hero and provide for himself. As he slips his left shoe on, about to slip his right on, he hears a tiny high-pitched voice. Show an I. OF dash, oh right Izuku. He already felt guilty, but the guilt couldn't stop him from leaving his past behind. Where are you going, Shouta? More guilt hits him. He fakes a smile, not letting himself cry. He has to do this for himself, for his future. Let's play hide and seek, Aizu. Okay. The little boy squeaks out. Close your eyes and count to 100, no peeking. Shouta slips his right shoe on, looks back at his little brother and bites his lip. By 50 he's out of the house, leaving Izuku alone forever. Shouta knows few things that bring him joy in his life after he left his old life behind. His fiancé Hisashi Yamada, his dumbass friends, his fat selfish cat, and he'll never admit it, his teaching position at UA. His fiancé and his two friends, Oboro and Namuri, knew about his past, his little brother, and the guilt he always carried with him afterwards. Shouta was never one to rant, complain, or show his feelings. Oboro, Namuri, and Hisashi never knew about his home life during their years in UA. Actually, they found out about Izuku and Shouta's family by pure accident. Shouta was a man who'd never show any emotion. Drunk Shouta was another man. They had been in Oboro's small apartment after a long day of hero work. The newbie 20-year-old heroes were all hunched together in front of a table filled with cheap beer and greasy fast food. The three had to practically drag Shouta to the apartment to drink and celebrate their successful hero work. After a few cheap beers, all their faces were a light pink along with their necks, some more drunk than others. Hey Shouta, why don't you talk about your family? Shouta paused and coughed, beer stuck in his throat from the shock of the question. Ever since that day, he's been trying to avoid thinking about it, thinking about Izuku. How he was such a bad brother toward the innocent child, how he had sometimes blamed his parents' abuse on him, and how he had left him. Yeah dude. You live alone, don't they ever visit? You idiots. Why would you ask something like that? Shouta, ignore them. Namuri glared at the two, obviously very drunk. Namuri wasn't stupid. She had seen people with abusive families and people with loving, supportive parents. She thought back to their high school days, the days when Shouta would never bring a lunch, the days where Shouta would flinch when anyone would raise their voice, and the dread on Shouta's face when the dismissal bell rang. Namuri's line of thoughts was interrupted when Shouta decided to break the silence. Izuku. He sighed, guilt painted all over his face. Who is that? Family member or something, dude? That's when Shouta snapped and told them. The three could never forget that day. The day was filled with anger. Anger towards Shouta's mother Inko, for neglecting and abusing Shouta and Izuku. Fear for Izuku. Shouta had cut all contact with his family, so there was no way to check on him. They sat in silence. The loud trio was tense as he told his friends everything. Told them everything, leaving out no detail. How after Izuku was born his family was struggling financially, and how his mother and him and blamed Izuku for it, how his mother and father would always argue with each other about having a demon child, how his father had left the family not wanting to care for the new baby, how his mother would throw anything in her sight at Shouta in rage. They all had a new perspective on Shouta that day. They were always there to support him and never brought up his family situation unless Shouta brought it up first. They constantly checked up on him, and for once since that day, Shouta felt love. He loved his friends. It had been 12 years, almost 13 since he left the household. 13 years of freedom, freedom with a small part of guilt. He was happy, something he'd never thought he would be. He had a loud blonde fiancé, and his friends still stuck with him. He was a successful hero along with his fiancé and friends, and took on a teaching position from the school he graduated from, UA. He'd been paid well, and with 2 jobs he was more than well off. He found comfort in his job. Helping teenagers that would be around Izuku's age and being there for them, something he could never do with Izuku. As he sipped his coffee, he looked longingly out the window in his classroom. How old would Izuku be now? 15, almost. What did Izuku look like? Did he still have that green curly hair and those freckles? The most important question always took up his mind, was he even alive? He finished his coffee as he could hear his students near his classroom. This year's students were promising, strong and determined, kinda dumb but still promising. The voices grew louder as the students entered the class in their friend groups. Man, where were you last night, Bakubro? That assignment Aizawa-sensei gave us was so hard. Is he trying to kill us? As all the students finally entered the class, he interrupted the conversation, glaring at them. If the assignment was hard, then you could pay attention in class. Maybe it would help. Shouta grumbled out. It was 2 p.m. early for this. He set his coffee mug down and grabbed the whiteboard marker and wrote information on the assignment. He was always strict and stern with students, always making sure they never slacked off. He was always observant. His friends would always tease that he was babying his students and treating all of them as younger siblings. How could he not? He would want his baby brother to receive the best education from the best teachers that cared about him. Maybe he was just treating his students like this because of the guilt. He wanted to see Izuku. He forced himself to stop thinking about his brother while he taught. Right now it wasn't time for Izuku. It was time for his students that he'd promised to protect. Bakugo Katsuki let few people into his life. If you were to ask anyone to describe him in 3 words, they would say, angry, mean. Yes, Sheet, maybe that was true, but if you were to ask Izuku to describe him, he would completely ignore the 3 words part. Kaken is amazing. He's so caring and he has such a cool quirk. He's meant to be a hero, he always cares for me, and he's so good at cooking. Oh, and yeah, you'd have to cut him off before he talks for at least 5 minutes. Katsuki loves Izuku, how could he not? He's his best friend, the first person who saw through his personality, the first person who believed he could be a hero, his first sleepover, his first friend. To sum it up, Katsuki loves Izuku. He hates anyone who makes him upset. Katsuki meets Izuku when they were both 4, in the neighborhood park. The first thing he noticed about him was that the poor thing always had tears in his eyes, like if a small breeze hit him he would straight up sob. But when he saw Katsuki, those tears would be long gone. He remembers the day they met like it was yesterday. Hi. A tiny toddler manages to squeak out. His old hag mom starts cooing about how cute the boy is. The boy still stares at him in curiosity. His eyes are filled with determination. Katsuki can't stand little Sheets his age, always trying to make friends with him because of his parents' jobs and his cool quirk. He knows that he's cool, but he wants to be left alone. But for some reason he can tolerate the green pipsqueak his age. What do you want? A growl comes from the old hag as she slaps him on the back of the head. Don't mind him, sweetheart. What's your name? His mother cooed out. Izuku. The tiny toddler blurts out, a blush creeping on his chubby freckled cheeks. Katsuki decides at this point that he finds this kid tolerable. He grabs Izuku's hand and drags him away, glaring at the old hag who just smiles and squeals back. Come on, dumbass, let's play. That day marked the start of an 11-year-old friendship. As Katsuki grows up with Izuku, he notices things about Izuku. First of all, he never saw his mother. So one day he decided to ask, Hey Deku. Yeah, Kaken? How come your family is never home? Who do you live with? He immediately notices the sad expression on the 5-year-old's face. The tears that consistently well in his eyes come back. Mommy is always at work, and Shouta played hide and seek but never came back. What do you mean he never came back? Then Izuku explains everything. Katsuki isn't as innocent as Izuku is. He knew what that bastard Shouta did to Izuku, or whatever the shithead's name was. The bastard left Izuku alone with a mother who didn't care. How could someone do that? Izuku was so nice, and Izuku would always share his toys with him, so why would someone be so mean to him and lie? From that day on, ever since he was Katsuki decided that he hated Izuku's brother. He would never say it to Deku, it would break his tiny innocent heart. So he never says that he hates whoever this Shouta is. As more years pass, Katsuki notices more things about Deku. Despite his lack of quirk, he wanted to be a hero. He would always smile and say, "Let's become heroes together, Kaken." The boy is too generous for his own good, helping others whenever they would ask, not even thinking about himself. Anyone could see that people were taking advantage of Deku, anyone except for Deku himself. Katsuki would always protect Deku from any bullies. He couldn't stop them from asking Deku for help though. Deku would only say that they only needed help. And he couldn't break it to him that people were taking advantage of him, so he could only watch as they snickered behind his back. So from that day, at the age of 10 he decided that he hated all of Izuku's bullies. By the time they were 13, Katsuki noticed that Deku given up on his dream of becoming a hero. Or that's what he assumed, so one day he decides to ask Deku about it. Hey Deku. What's up Kaken? Do you not want to become a hero anymore? The room is filled with silence. It's kinda stupid. You know how it is for people without quirks, Kaken. Imagine how bad it would be if I tried to become a hero? It's a foolish dream. As much as I love heroes, it would be foolish of me to become one. Besides, I just got a well-paying job. Maybe after you become a hero and I graduate middle school, we can live in a mansion together. The silence is back. He can't help the ache in his heart. He hates how his best friend's dream was broken because of the people around him, this quirkless society full of shitheads. But he decides not to comment on his dream anymore, to stop the tension. His eyes light up as he realizes. A job? What kinda job? A well-paying one. Oh. What job? He raises an eyebrow. It's waitress. Yeah. A waitress. He can tell Deku is lying through his teeth. The nerd can't lie for shit. But he decides to take the lie. By the time they were 14, Deku barely shows up to class. And when he does, he always shows up in a different, expensive-looking sports car. Another thing he notices that Deku was always gloomy, sad, and he always looked like he was in pain. Ever since he took on that bullshit job, he's been like that, and then one day he notices. They sit on the rooftop, as usual for lunch. He stares at Deku as he raises his arms up and yawns. That's when he notices it. The bruises on his torso, they vary in size and all look painful. Did his mother do it? She could be the only one, but how? The hag is never home, and there's no way he's getting beat up as a waitress. And that's when he realizes it. Deku, the person who never lied to him, is lying to him. Deku notices his stares, then quickly pulls down shirt. Hey Kaken. Yeah, what? You are gonna apply to Shouta, right? Yeah. Are you still gonna be friends with me? He pauses and sets his bento on the floor and looks at Deku. The nerd's eyes are filled with tears. He scoffs. Of course, nerd. I'm gonna text you and annoy you every day. They both left. A month later they graduate, and that's the last time he sees Deku in person. Izuku knows little about his family and feels little for his family. How could he not? The only feeling he felt was hate. Hatred for his brother, for leaving him alone with his mother. Hatred for his mother, for taking out her anger on him and leaving him with uncountable debt. Hatred for his dad, for leaving and not giving him a chance. Hatred for himself, for being a quirkless burden. Izuku has few memories of his older brother, Shouta. He remembers that he had some quirk related to his eyes. He remembers that he attended UA. He vaguely remembers the 3 loud friends he brought home once. But what he remembers the most is the look of pity, or the frown directed towards him when he looked at Shouta. But ultimately he doesn't realize what his brother means at the time. After all, how could a 3-year-old understand? Izuku loves Shouta. How could he not? He's super cool. And sometimes makes him breakfast, and he's becoming a hero. Shouta is little Izuku's hero, the one who would save him from his mean mom. So when one day they play hide and seek, as he reaches 100 with no peeking. 99. 100, ready or not, here I come Shouta. When Izuku is 6 he realizes the truth, that Shouta would never come back. He hates Shouta. By the age of 8 Izuku realizes he's nothing more than a burden. Why else would his mother always leave him home alone? Why else would his mother gamble so much? She obviously needed a stress outlet. Why else would his mother yell and hit him? Why else would she drink until she could barely walk? Like any living creature, he adapts to the environment around him, learning how to cook, clean and manage his house. He's always grateful towards his best friend Kaken and his Aunt Mitsuki. At least once a week, he and Kaken play in Izuku's living room and Aunt Mitsuki cooks in his kitchen. Aunt Mitsuki always asks, "Izuku, where are your parents, sweetheart?" And he always replies with, "Work." By the age of 10, his mother's debt had chased him into a dead end and dragged him by the feet towards an even harder life. Instead of functioning lights, they have flickering, half-working lights. Instead of running water, they have a few droplets if they turn the sink knob hard enough. The only source of water they have is the murky, half-dirty water bottled up from the park water fountain. Why would Inko care to do anything? She's never home anyway. By the age of 11, he sees his brother for the first time. In what? 8 years or something. He sees Shouta briefly on the news, some CRP about a villain bust. How he and a few other heroes had kicked the door down and saved a group of hostages. He recognizes 3 of the heroes as the friends Shouta had brought home once. It was weird to think about. Shouta was out living life with his friends, living comfortably probably, and making enough money to live in luxury. He was living life happily without him. Shouta was comfortable while he was rationing the free school lunch and sipping on bottled park water. At that moment he couldn't blame anyone, he could only feel hate. Another reminder of his debt spit in his face as the TV filled with static and shut down. Eraserhead, huh? He mumbles out. Shouta made a career out of saving people but couldn't save his little brother. I'm home. Izuku calls out. He doesn't know why he always does it. He's always greeted by silence, but this time he hears footsteps. Before he could even react, he heard a deep middle-aged voice. Inko was right, you're real pretty. His eyes scan his left side, then his right. Then he realized the voice was coming from behind. Before he could even turn, the man walked in front of him. He sounded older than he looked. The man appeared in his late 20s to early 30s. The guy looked like the stock image of gang member, muscular, tattooed, bald and scarred. He mustered enough courage to ask, "Who are you?" "A friend of Inko's, came here to give you a job to repay her debt." Well, he couldn't say no. He was actually buzzing with excitement. A job meant no more weird park water, no more weird leftover food and allowance. "When can I start?" The man in front of him smirked. He grabbed a pen and a piece of paper and pointed. Calloused fingertips tapping repeatedly at a line under paragraphs of text that he couldn't be bothered to read. 10 seconds after he signed, he felt the rough, calloused hand grab his tiny hand and drag him towards an expensive sports car. Minutes later they arrive. They stop in front of a tall building lit up by blue and purple lights. It's flashy, everything about it, from the loud music he can hear blasting from the room to the luxurious cars parked around the building. The building is so tall, his neck strains from looking up at it. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." A voice interrupted his line of thought. "So what exactly do I do here?" The man snickered. "Serve people, I guess." "Oh, like a waiter?" The man only laughed in response. "You don't need to worry, you don't have a say in this anyway." As Izuku enters the building, the loud music becomes even louder, and that's when he sees 2 girls in skimpy outfits surrounding a man with a cup of anonymous brown liquid inside of it. And that's when he realizes what kind of establishment he's been led to. His eyes blow open. Before he could say anything, the man shoves a pile of fabric into his hand. "Put this on." "No." "What?" The only expression he sees on the man's face is rage, the same rage his mother expressed when she saw him. Then the realization struck him in the chest like a knife. He didn't have a choice. That night he lay crying, naked, bruised and drugged on a table in a dimly lit room. 2 thick stashes of cash lay next to him, bound by a thin blue RBB band. This night would only repeat itself. By 15 he hates himself and everyone even more. A few months later 2 police officers show up to his door, telling him that his mother had died in an accident. He can only press his lips together and cry. It's lunch break time at Yuta, or as Shouta likes to call it, the favorite part of his job. He would like to say he could handle anything that came his way, but social interaction all day would always rear its ugly head at him and taunt him. Ugh, social interaction. The thought of it makes him shiver and frown. It's not like he needs more friends. He has his fiancé, Oboro and Nemuri. That's why he only keeps 4 mere contacts on his phone. So it's always a surprise to get a call or a text once in a while. His phone is buzzing in his back pocket, so he decides to pull out his phone and check. He looks down at his phone. Nemuri Kiyama. Shouta. Hisashi Yamada. Shouta, where are you? Nemuri Kiyama. We bought chicken. Poboro Shirakumo. In the staff room. Hurry up, lazy butt. He smiles. Yeah, who needs more friends when you have your dream job and idiot friends? He picks up his pace, a small smile making its way to his face. Picking up his pace, with his motivation being the promise of chicken, he reaches the staff room in record time. Opening the door, he's greeted with the smell of fast food chicken wafting to his nose. He stands there for a second, basking in the smell of chicken. Sit here, slowpoke, he groans as a greasy hand pulls him down on a chair towards his friends. A polished manicured hand shoves a box of chicken towards him, a hand that could only belong to his dear friend Nemuri. So, what's got you in a good mood, Grumpy Pants? Is it your students, or should I say your children? Nemuri winks at him and laughs. He only responds with a grunt. No, it's the chicken, pulling the box towards him and throwing a napkin at her. The laughter only grows greater between the four, reminiscent of their high school days. As Shouta gnaws on a chicken bone, his phone vibrates again in his back pocket. Who could it be? 3/4 of his contacts are sitting right next to him, and the only other contact he had in his phone was the DMN rat bear thing Nizu. Displeased, he wipes his hands on Oboro's breathes, treating him like a napkin. He grabs his phone and looks at it. Huh? He's never seen this number before. He decides to pick up. Man, come on. Those were my nice breathes. Oboro's protest is cut off as Shouta glares at him and puts his pointer finger on his lips, a silent way of telling him to shut up. Hello? Yes, that's me. What's wrong? The three stare at him as Shouta's eyes widen. Oh shit, this had to be serious. A minute goes by, and they can't tell what the expression on his face means. The silence is broken when Shouta gasps and blurts out. Yes, of course. Where is he? Where do I pick him up? Is he okay? The three stare at Shouta, and then stare at each other. As soon as he hangs up on the unknown caller, he stares at all three of his friends. Hizashi, please, you have to come with me right now. Can you two cover our classes? Please, I'll explain everything later. Before they can even reply, he grabs Hizashi's left hand in his and runs, dragging Hizashi with him. Hizashi is screaming about what's going on and Shouta ignores him. Seconds later, they reach their gray 5-seater car parked in the U.staff parking lot. He digs in his bag frantically looking for his keys, miscellaneous bag junk falling out in the process. Finally pulling out the keys, he quickly unlocks the car doors. The couple both enter the car. Before Hizashi can even connect his seat belt buckle, the car exhausts growl and Shouta steps on the pedal, speeding out of the parking lot. Come on. What's going on? Tell me Shouta, is just us now. Izuku. Hizashi's eyes only widened. He remembers the name from the time they had been drinking in Oboro's apartment. He knew little about the boy, only knowing that Shouta was much older than him and that Shouta had left him behind with their abusive mother when Shouta had left his past life behind. You mean the little brother you mentioned a long time ago? My mother died. It was blunt and cold, with no emotion behind it. Reasonable. The woman was the devil reincarnated as a woman. If he was in Shouta's shoes, he would feel no emotion for her death too. He might have even felt relief. Before Hizashi can even say anything else, Shouta speaks again. Since she died, Izuku has no one to take care of him. Doubt the woman was even taking care of him in the first place. Shouta presses his lips together, forming a thin line, and continues to talk. Do you think he hates me? Do you think he even remembers me, Hizashi? I left him when he was 3 and I could only imagine what our mother did to him. Even worse is that he's never met his father. How could I be so selfish and leave him with that monster? Hizashi looks at Shouta. He's only seen him cry a few times, so this is rare. His hands are gripping onto the steering wheel, knuckles and veins bulging prominent from the grip. Everything about him is shaky right now, from his eyes to his nervous shaking legs. Is he going to live with us? Hizashi can't comfort him right now, because honestly he doesn't know what to say. What would anyone say to this? He can't reassure him because honestly he's never met this Izuku boy. He doesn't know how he feels or what he's been through. Yes, if you're okay with it, some of his shakiness has calmed down. Hizashi only smiles softly. Of course I'm okay with it. Hizashi doesn't want more silence, so he breaks the tension by asking a question. So what does Izuku look like? Does he look like a mini you? Shouta smiles softly. No, the complete opposite actually. We don't even have the same hair color. He has freckles and green eyes. At least I don't have to deal with two versions of you in the house now. One is way too much. They both laugh. The tension and Shouta's shakiness dull down. Will you come with me? To meet him for the first time? You know I'm not the best in the talking department, he smiles. Of course. And before Hisashi could ask another question, the car came to halt. Oh, Hisashi had been so occupied talking with Shouta that he didn't even notice where they were going. They both look out the car window to be met with the large police building. As they both unbuckle their seatbelt and leave the car, they hold each other's hand. Ready? Yeah. A police officer leads them to where Izuku would be. The walk feels like the walk to his death trap. Beads of sweat trickle down his face, stopping at his unshaven stubble. He can feel and hear his heartbeat through his ears. It constantly beat like a metronome. Any other noise in the room had been muted by his mind. He walked unmitigated silence with his heartbeat crescendoing in volume. Badu. He's in here, Mr. Aizawa. He has all his belongings. You just need to sign some papers on the way out. The unnamed officer turns the silver door knob around, pulling the door open. And then he sees him. He sees Izuku. The boy had grown taller, obviously. He still had the features his 3-year-old self had: green fluffy hair, freckles. His chubby cheeks had died down, but they were still there, and he still had those big green eyes. Shouta stares. He can't say anything. What would he say? Hey, sorry I left you to rot alone at Mom's house. And sorry for not checking up on you for 12 years. Anyone in his shoes would agree that apologizing right now would be the worst possible thing to do right now. It was all so sudden. The phone call, his mother's death, and their reunion. He hadn't even sorted out a room for Izuku in his house. The moment the police officer asked him if he could take custody of Izuku, he agreed immediately. He could never pass up a second chance. 12 seconds of staring later, he steps towards Izuku along with his fiancé. Walking into the room, that's when Izuku stares back. Shouta. Can't read the emotions on his face. It wasn't joy, it wasn't anger, it wasn't sadness, it was just. The moment of reunion was interrupted. Let's get you out of here. I'll help carry Izuku's belongings to your car. You two please sign the papers at the front. There's a lady in the front waiting for you. Izuku follows the police officer to the car, and Shouta doesn't know how to feel. His line of thought interrupted from a notification from his phone. Oh great, the rat BS Dinizu. Of course he would contact him after what looked like him abducting Hisashi and speeding out the gates of UA. He groans and pulls out his phone. Katsuka Bakugo at ure.student.mail. We need to talk, Aizawa-sensei. Bakugo was suspicious, too suspicious of Aizawa-sensei. Since the age of 5 he's made it set in stone that he hates Izuku's brother. Yeah that, but he actually knew so little about him. He decided that if he ever saw the BSTRD in person he would explode his D off and leave him to bleed out and die on the streets. A bit violent for a 5-year-old, but one could dream. He doesn't even know the BSTRD's first name until he turns 11. It's during lunch when Izuku lets it slip out. I saw Shouta on TV, he's a hero now. Who the f is Shouta? Oh wait. That sad excuse of a brother you called Shonai? He remembers Deku telling him how his brother was a hero student at UA and how he was so cool. Bullshit, some sad excuse of a hero he is. Is he well known? What's his hero name? Deku nibbles his apple juice box straw and thinks. I don't really know, his name is Eraserhead I think. Dumbass hero name. That's mean Kaken. Ever since they graduated middle school, Katsuki hasn't seen Izuku in person since. They always text yes, but it's not the same. Ever since Dekus gotten that bullshit waitress job he's been just acting different. Ever since he saw the bruises on his torso he knew there was someone responsible. He notices more things about Izuku. Firstly, he never replies to his messages during the night. The nerd would only reply to his night texts bats hit early in the morning. Secondly, whenever he asks Deku where he works he always leaves him undelivered for a while, then replies, private restaurant. The nerd can't lie for shit, but he can't pry out the truth over text. On the first day of UA, Deku sends him a good luck message with a cute gif. He got into UA of course, passed the exam with flying colors and even saved this one gravity girl. People would call him smug and overconfident. Yeah, But if you were this good at everything, the overconfidence would just be the truth. He has no plan on fixing his personality. Who cares? He's not here to make friends, he doesn't need to fix his personality. It's all bullshit. Huh. Class 1A, he finds the giant door of the class after 2 minutes of walking. Here we go, he thinks. It's time to fulfill his dream for Izuku. Walking to the back of the class, propping his legs up on the desk, treating it like a footrest, looking around the room, observing everything in the room. Deku would be so happy right now. Hey, take your feet off the desks, that is extremely disrespectful behavior, very unhero-like. Geez, did Four Eyes have a voice quirk or something? He smirks to himself, Four Eyes, the annoying other's hero. Heh, it has a nice ring to it. I am Tenya. I attended Somei Private Junior High School. Oh great, a rich snob. Before he can even make a snarky comment, a groggy voice speaks, silencing everyone. If you're here to make friends, then get out. My name is Shouta Aizawa, I'll be your homeroom teacher. Put these on and come with me outside. His heart stops. Aizawa is Gizawa Shouta, both have the same last name. Yeah, maybe it's a coincidence, but then the realization smacks his face. I saw Shouta on TV, he's a hero now. Should have been Aizawa, the man himself, he growls to himself. Katsuki isn't stupid, these aren't just coincidences. The homeless-looking man in front of him was Deku's brother. His teacher was the BSRD that abandoned Izuku, the BSRD he vowed to murder in cold blood. Okay, maybe he would have to hold back on his plans, for now. He can't beat up his teacher, no not yet. Seeing the BE in person only pisses him off more, he looked unbothered every second he glared at him. Everything about the shithead set him off. How could deal with this a-hole for 3 whole years? Okay, yeah, maybe his plans were a bit unrealistic. There was no way he was gonna fight the BSRD on sight as soon as the dismissal bell rang. No way, the guy was a pro hero for a reason. That quirk was one of a kind. Deactivating someone's quirk just by looking at them, the plans are still possible though. As soon as he graduates, he's gonna slam that fucker's head straight into a wall. What is he gonna do after? Expel him? The guy was obviously skilled, using some kind of scarf to capture his opponents. The other students were already whispering about how scary he looked. Finishing the fitness test, he pulls out his phone to check his messages. Deku, hey Kaken. How's you? I bet you are doing GR8. Tell me what happens. Do your best and work hard. Text me back when you get home, laughing face. Katsuki smiles. Stupid nerd, he loves his best friend so much. A bit guilty, he frowns at his phone. Should he tell Deku about his brother? It's not like the BSTRD cares about Deku. If he wanted to make things right, he could have visited years ago. He contemplates it and ultimately decides. No, the old man had 12 years to make things right. He doesn't deserve to get off easily. Anyone could tell Izuku was stressed, so why would he possibly make his life worse? His teacher doesn't deserve to have Izuku in his life. This uncaring, homeless-looking, unbothered BSTRD doesn't deserve to have someone as kind and caring as Izuku. Of course he would plan to confront his teacher about it. For heaven's sake, he could probably never sit in the same room for a year without guilt-tripping the BSTRD. If he wasn't going to beat up his teacher, then he was going to smash his head in with guilt. So that's what he plans to do. He just needs to be patient and wait for the best time for his plan to play out. But for his plan to play out, he needs an actual plan. So in the meantime, he thinks. 3 months pass. Katsuki's sore body lay out on his bed like a starfish. His body was sore. Anytime he would walk, his joints would crack like popped bubble wrap. The aching sensation would only prickle and occupy his arms. The teachers had been pushing all their students to their limits in training. Maybe one of those salt baths would help, Katsuki mumbles to himself. Ultimately deciding that it would help, he groans while rolling out of bed. It's after school hours, the last few hours before he sleeps are precious, so he's going to enjoy and savor it as much as he can before being dragged back to cruel training. Grabbing his phone for music, he walks to the bathroom. His phone suddenly blasts the default ringtone out. Damn it, it's nighttime, can't he enjoy a nice bath? Without looking at the caller's name, he picks up, eager to get the phone call over with to enjoy his salt bath. What? He groans out. Kaken. Katsuki's stomach drops. The voice is obviously Deku. He can hear sniffles and choked back sobs through his phone speaker. Deku? What's wrong? His usually rough voice softened, filled with concern. The nerd clearly has something bad going on. Katsuki is already putting on some socks in case he has to slip on his shoes and dash out the door. See, can I come over? Please. Explain everything. Izuku's choked back sobs becoming straight up sobs. Yeah, of course. My parents aren't home. Even if his parents were home, Izuku would be welcomed with open arms. He just hopes the promise of privacy would help. Izuku lets out a choked, "Thank you so much," before abruptly hanging up. And that's when Katsuki gets in action. He shoves his phone in his sweatpants pockets, hurriedly slips on his house slippers and runs down to his house's first floor in record-breaking time. His mind comes up with countless questions of what happened to Deku. Before he can even come up with more questions, there's a timid knock on his door. He opens the door only to be greeted by a blur of green hair crashing into his shoulder and crying. He looks down at the Deku. The poor boy was shivering like a leaf in the wind. Katsuki just wraps his arms around him in an attempt to comfort him and pulls him into the house. As the two are finally seated on the velvet gray couch, Katsuki finally decides to ask, "What happened to you, Izuku?" For the first time in a while he lets his go soft. His eyes are full of concern as he waits for Izuku's answer. Well, yesterday, when I just got home from work, these people kept knocking at my door right. And then I opened the door and there were 2 police officers. He paused, bit his lip and swallowed the spit in his mouth. They told me that my mom died while she was crossing the road drunk. They said I have to stay with someone because I'm not an adult yet. And they said that I would need to stay with any family or I would end up in foster care, and the only family I have is my brother. They said they would contact my brother tomorrow and I need to pack my things. Everything is just so sudden, I don't know how to feel. Kaken. I don't know what to do. Izuku's head falls back into his shoulder and continues sobbing. Katsuki only comforts him the way a mother would comfort their young child. He rubs his hand up and down soothingly on his back, resting his head in the other's green hair. "It'll all be okay. I'm here for you, I promise, Izu." The first part was a straight-up lie. Hell, how would he know if things would be okay? This is the first time he's seen him in months? The mention of Izuku's brother makes Katsuki's blood boil. Was the BSTRD even capable of taking care of Izuku? But it seemed like a better option than foster care. Never mind that, it's not time to hate on Aizawa Shouta. He does that on a daily basis. It's time to take care of his best friend. Eventually the sobs and sniffles die down and Deku's limbs turn into jelly. Painful sobs and wet sniffles are replaced with soft snores. The nerd fell asleep. Carefully, he pulls Izuku off his shoulder and lays him on his back to rest on the velvet couch. Looking at Izuku's peaceful sleeping expression, he smiles. He gets up and quietly walks to the laundry room to grab a fresh blanket. Cautious of waking the sleeping boy up, he practically tiptoes around his own house. Grabbing a white wool blanket from the shelf, he sneaks back to where Izuku lay asleep. He's about to lay the large blanket over him, but that's when he notices something. Throwing the blanket to the side on the floor, he looks closer. He sees it, bruised, aggravated dots on his arm. It's located where a nurse would draw blood, or worse. He's not dumb. He knows why this area of his arm looks like this. Bruised, prominent veins lay near the poked area. Izuku is the person Katsuki knows best in life. He knows that he would never use drags willingly. The boy barely cusses. If Izuku was using drags willingly, then the sky would probably rain cats in that scenario. It's not possible. Hell, the closest he's probably ever been to being high was when Izuku accidentally took 40 milliliters of cough syrup instead of. Katsuki knows he couldn't do it. He'll invade his best friend's privacy, but what could he do? If he did nothing, Izuku could only be hurt more. He bites his lip hard enough to draw blood. He slowly pulls Izuku's shirt up to investigate. Katsuki's eyes largen. Marks, so many of them. From bruise marks in the shape of hands to many crescent-shaped scars on both sides of his waist. He doesn't want to look anymore. He regrets it immediately. Katsuki pulls down Izuku's shirt quickly, grabs the blanket and covers him. The next morning Izuku is gone, wool blanket folded neatly where he was laying last night. There's a note on the blanket. He picks it up and reads it. "Thank you, Kaken, for letting me stay. I wouldn't know what to do without you. I'll keep you updated on what happens next. I have to go back to my house and pack up my stuff. Katsuki makes a plan, confront him at the end of the day after dismissal. It's easy, no one's gonna be there to snoop around at his business. This is last resort, relying on his asshat teacher. But he has to be realistic. Katsuki barely sees Izuku anymore. He can't keep an eye on him as much as he would like to. He's going to ask, no force Aizawa Shouta to find out what's going on with Izuku, whether he likes it or not. But of course, the BS sturdy isn't even in class that day. His teacher would be given the option for Izuku to be in his custody anytime soon today. He would probably take it. And if he doesn't, he's gonna resort to exploding his D off, risk of expulsion or not. There's a 99% chance that he's gone because he's picking up Izuku. The police probably had already told him. Katsuki has no time to waste. Pulling out his laptop, he opens his student email. To aizawashida@uday.teacher.email. Email message. We need to talk, Aizawa-sensei. Shouta likes to think that he's a good teacher, not the best, but good overall. Why does he think he's a good teacher? Simple, because students barely email him. If he did a bad job at teaching, then his students would be flooding him with emails. Or maybe he's too intimidating. Oh well, he still has his job, so he must be doing something right. So when he sees Bakugo's email, it's a surprise. But right now his students aren't his priority, his little brother is. If Bakugo had a question about the assignment, he could just ask it in class, right? Shouta brushes the email off, deleting it from his inbox and shoving his phone back in his pocket. Sho? What's wrong, honey? His fiancé asks, rubbing his shoulders in concern. Nothing, just got an email. Let's go sign these papers, then get back to the car. Both heroes walk to the front where a lady greets them. Give me a second, sweetie. I need to get the rest of the documents. Sign the ones right here while I get the other ones. The lady walks over to a printer while Shouta grabs a black fountain pen out of his bag. The first paper was a document of Izuku's personal information. His curiosity got the best of him. He put his pen down and grabbed the government document to read it. It had the basic information on it: height, birthday, hair color, eye color, etc. He flipped to the other side of the document. That's when his heart stopped. Quirkless. He gasped, like a fish out of water. Hands shook as he placed them over his mouth. If Inko had treated Shouta horribly, how bad were things for Izuku? Izuku had no quirk. Shouta knew what it was like for people without a quirk. And he knew DMN well, that his mother was no saint. She had mentioned how quirkless people were burdens to society. Shouta's heart ached with guilt. He had left his 3-year-old quirkless brother alone with his hellspawn mother. He couldn't bear to look at the document anymore. With shaky hands, he set the document to the side. Oh dear, is everything all right? You look lightheaded. He was snapped out of his trance from the voice. Shouta looked up to see the lady looking at him with concern. I'm fine. The lady gave him another concerned glance and sighed, adding a paper to his document stack. Shouta gulped and picked up the pen. Being a teacher paid off at this moment. The countless hours he spent marking assignments and tests had trained his eyes to scan and read words quickly. There were only 5 documents, most of them being filled with text, and with his expertise he signed all of them quickly. Grabbing all the papers together, he made a neat stack to hand back to the lady. Oh no, dear, you keep this one. The lady handed back the document with Izuku's personal information on it. There were hundreds, maybe even thousands of text characters on the document, but the word quirkless glared at him. Shouta folded the paper in half. He couldn't bear to look at it. Thank you, have a nice day, let's go, Zashi. He grabbed Hizashi's hand and walked towards the exit. What would he say to Izuku? A million questions went through his mind. Hizashi stared at Shouta with concern on his face, so he decided to break the silence again. You were right, he looks nothing like you. Where did the freckles come from? Shouta chuckled. He took all the cute genes, I got the hobo genes. Hey, I would like to think you took the handsome genes and he took the cute ones. Shouta huffed out, you flatter me, to which Hizashi only giggled in response. A few steps later they reached the gray 4-seater, the police officer waving at them. I can't put his stuff in the trunk because it's locked, but the front door was open, so he's just waiting there. The police handed Hisashi a small suitcase and backpack. That's all the stuff. Have a nice day, you three. The police officer walked back to the station and waved at the couple. Shouta grabbed his car remote and unlocked the trunk. Opening the trunk, he could see a peek of Izuku's hair at the front seats. Shouta sighed. They hadn't talked to each other at the station, so this would be the first time they talked in 12 years. Hisashi sensed his fiancé's concern, quickly slapping his back as he grinned. Come on, let's do this. The tune of Shouta's heartbeat came back, blasting through his ears. He walked to the driver's seat and opened the door. As Shouta and Hisashi stepped in through the door, Izuku stared at the two. Shouta inserted his keys, stepped on the pedal and started driving. The atmosphere was thick, no one had said anything yet. So Shouta decided to take the risk and talk. So, hi Izuku, how are you? Great, he already effed up. I'm okay. Izuku's reply was dull. His voice was high-pitched, unlike Shouta's voice. So, how's school? Shouta had pulled out the conversation starter that most adults used on people younger than them. It was foolproof in his experience. I don't go to school. Oh, the first time that conversation starter has gone wrong. Aren't you 15? Oh shit, was he implying that he didn't know his little brother's age? Of course he did. Why would he ask something so stupid? If Shouta's hands weren't on the wheel, then he would have face-palmed. I'm too busy with work for school anyway. And mom didn't want me to go, Izuku flatly replied, lips pressing together in a thin line. Shouta felt his heart ache again. Did his mom not even bother with Izuku? And a minute later they were back to square one. Complete, awkward silence. Shouta glared at Hisashi in the back through the front view mirror, begging for help with his eyes. Thankfully, Hisashi got the message. So, I'm Shouta's fiancé, we live together, so you're going to live with me too. Let's get to know each other. Hisashi smiled with his teeth and continued. So what's your job? Favorite food? Puppies? I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours. I like katsudon and reading. Nice. I like cats, we have one at home. And I'm not a picky eater, I'm good with anything. What about your job, little listener? Don't you want to know mine? Shouta could hear Izuku's teeth clench together. My job is private information. He crossed his arms together and looked out the window to avoid talking to Shouta and Aizawa. The two got the message and stayed silent, and just like that they were back to square one again. Shouta was confused by his answer. Why was it private information? It wouldn't be possible for him to work for the government, or deal drugs, or do anything illegal. Because he was 15, no shit, what jobs were open for 15-year-olds? Maybe retail or fast food. Shouta's heart ached for the millionth time. His brother was so small and young and already being forced to work. The guilt just got heavier and heavier on his conscience. For the rest of the car ride they stayed silent. The tension was suffocating. It felt mutual that everyone in the car felt the tension, or that's what Shouta thought at least. Even if he had tried to start another conversation, the words would stay in his throat and come out as a sigh. He felt pathetic. Shouta Aizawa was the man who took down villains every day but couldn't hold down a conversation with his brother. The silence came to a halt when Shouta turned off the car engine, and they were parked in front of his house. Hisashi decided to break the silence. Me and Shouta will help you get settled in the guest room. Don't hesitate to ask for anything. The blonde unbuckled his seatbelt as Izuku nodded. Come with me, I'll show you where you're going to stay. Hisashi will bring your stuff in. Aizawa led him to the house and he followed. Everything about the guest room was empty, from the wood bed cabinets to the mirror door closet. The walls were empty, no paintings or photos. Hints of lavender wafted through the air from the closet, most likely from the air freshener Hisashi had placed there a month ago during their monthly cleaning session. Shortly after the brothers had made it to their room, Hisashi had arrived with Izuku's belongings as well. Hisashi placed the luggage down and nudged Shouta with his shoulder and looked at him. So we'll leave and let you get settled. Don't hesitate to ask if you need anything. Hisashi had dragged Shouta out of the room by hand and closed the door leading him to the kitchen. Hisashi glanced over to look at the guest bedroom door, making sure it was closed completely. Don't make things more awkward, Shouta. We need to give him some space. I know, I just dash, Shouta sighed. The rest of his words stuck in his throat again. I just want to be a good big brother. Hisashi hugged him. I know. You're trying your best, Shou. Hisashi let go of the hug and smiled at him. Let's get started on dinner. We can ask Izuku to join us if you want, Shouta smiled back. Okay. What seemed like an hour had passed. The aroma of home-cooked meal gradually filled the home and increased in scent over time. Shouta had been assigned the task of washing dishes as his fiancé cooked. Smart choice, as if Shouta had cooked he would have given the whole house salmonella. Shouta had shivered, thinking of the time he attempted to make chicken tenders and gave Hisashi some type of stomach bug. God bless his fiancé. The sizzling and popping sounds of oil died down as Hisashi turned the stove knob, lowering the heat. As he walked towards the spice cabinet, he heard the guest bedroom door open. The creaking of the door had grabbed both of the heroes' attention as they immediately looked towards the source of the sound. Izuku had stepped out of the guest room. The thing that grabbed Shouda's attention was the odd clothing combination Izuku had worn. Shouta wasn't one to judge others' fashion sense. In fact, other people probably judged his non-existent fashion sense. Izuku was wearing a large oversized coat and what looked like no breathes, or maybe shorts underneath the coat. The kid was also wearing what looked like makeup? He didn't know. Shouta was no makeup expert. Izuku's lashes were looking longer than they usually did. They were curled and thick. There was a slight coat of black on his eyelashes. What was it called? Eyeliner? Concealer? Maybe he should ask Namuri. Other than that, Izuku looked like he was wearing nothing else on his face. Izuku walked past them, walking towards the carpets where they lay their shoes. He untied the laces to fit his shoes on. That's when Shouta realized that he was leaving. He quickly shut off the sink faucet to run to where Izuku was. Hisashi quickly followed Shouta after turning off the stove. Wait, Izuku. Where are you going? Shouda's voice was full of concern. Work? Took the day off yesterday. Can't miss today. The dull look that usually rests in Izuku's eyes looked different right now. It looked almost like dread. But Jesus Christ, the kid's mom just died. Don't they give dead mom holidays? Shouda's eyes glanced towards Izuku's bare legs. The kid already looked cold even though he hadn't stepped outside yet. Aren't you going to be cold outside? Do you want to change before you go? I need to wear this for work. I'll be fine. Well, do you need a ride? It's pretty cold outside at this hour. No need. My boss is going to pick me up and drive me home. No need to concern yourself with this. Well, what time do you get back? We made dinner. Hisashi can save some for yo. The sound of a car honk interrupted Shouta. Izuku took it as his cue to leave. He slipped his other shoe on and turned the doorknob. Before he stepped out the door, he gave both of them a sticky note. This is my number. Both of you can save it on your phone. Only text me if you need it. I'll see you in the morning. The two men could only watch Izuku's figure stray further and further from the door, eventually entering a sports car. As they watched the car drive away, Shouta choked out a desperate plea. We wanted to have dinner with you. The next morning was rough for the both of them. Shouta had it worse though. He had barely gotten any sleep and his head was pounding. By the time they both woke up, Izuku had already made it back from work, seeing his shoes on the door's carpet. They weren't looking forward to teaching this day, but they had to. They had already missed yesterday's classes. The only source of energy Shouta had was the caffeine running through his veins. Savoring the coffee in his mug, he sighed, going over his half-butted study plan he had made in about 30 minutes. Class was about to start soon. Shouta frowned, looking at the time on his phone. Class would start soon and he did not have the energy to deal with his loud, obnoxious students. If his study plan wouldn't work, then he would just give his students silent free time to work. It was foolproof. As Shouta took another sip of warm coffee from his mug, he was interrupted by the sounds of conversation and laughter. They crescendoed in volume as a few students made it closer to the classroom. Eventually, all the students arrived with their friend groups. He had noticed that most of his classroom had stuck in groups of friends. The bell rang and the students got louder, but through the chatter he saw a pair of eyes glaring menacingly at him. Shouta recognized the eyes. The eyes belonged to his hot-headed student Bakugo. Shouta had noticed that the student was extremely impatient with him and would lash out at him whenever he tried to talk to him. Shouta had brushed it off. He'd observed Bakugo and concluded that the brat would act like that with everyone, so he thought it was normal behavior. Normal behavior for at least Bakugo. Hell, Shouta didn't have the energy to deal with this. His head was pounding and he was running on 3 hours of sleep and 3, maybe 4 mugs of caffeine. So he decided to just give up on his study plan. I'm going to give you silent study time to work on assignments or study for tests you have from any classes, emphasis on the silent. His students all collectively let out a yay, or a sign of relief except for Bakugo, of course. Why was this kid still glaring at him? Oh yeah, the email Bakugo sent him yesterday. Shouta was so preoccupied with Izuku that he'd totally forgotten about it. If Bakugo had a question about the assignment, he could ask it in class. Was Bakugo too scared to ask because it would hurt his pride? Oh well, the kid needed to work on his social skills, so it wouldn't hurt anyone for him to ask the question first. After what seemed like decades, the lunch break bell rang. Bakugo had never asked a question on the assignment. He just continued glaring at Shouta until Hisashi came in to teach English. It was so odd, everything about how Bakugo acted towards him was odd. Oh well, if Bakugo still needs to ask the question, he can ask like a normal non-feral person. He pushed the thought to the back of his mind. The promise of lunch break with his friends occupied his thoughts completely. He practically skipped through the halls like a glee-filled high school girl. Shouta smiled as he opened the room to be greeted by the faces of his friends and fiancé. Shouta, your students thought you were dead, where were you? Nemuri clutched her chest as she wiped a fake tear dramatically. Oboro copied her shitty acting, letting out a few fake sobs. Shouta sighed, his friends were so dumb. Hisashi only giggled at his unamused facial expression. You guys know my little brother Izuku, right? The room collectively let out a gasp, excluding Hisashi. My mother passed away, so now Izuku is in my custody. Fly low, Inko, Oboro snickered out. Nemuri let out another gasp and punched his chest. Don't say that, dumbass. Shouta didn't take offense to Oboro's joke. Honestly, when they had said that Inko died, he felt a bit of relief and no sorrow. Maybe that made him a bad person, that he wasn't mourning over his mother's death, but she wouldn't mourn over his death either. So what does Shuta's brother look like, Hisashi? What is he like? Nemuri grinned. Well, he looks nothing like. The door slammed open to reveal a very angry Bakugo, but wasn't that normal for him? You think you can ignore me, old man? I said we need to talk. Bakugo walked towards the 4 teachers, grabbing Shuta's collar. Nemuri was quick to pull her sleeve up, ready to activate her quirk. Shouta activated his quirk as soon as he saw Nemuri pulling up her sleeves. Calm down, everyone, especially you, Bakugo. I saw your email. I simply thought you had questions about the assignment. Don't tell me to calm down, old man. I know why you were gone yesterday. And I gotta tell you something. Wait, how did Bakugo know where he went yesterday? I don't see how that's any of your business, Bakugo. Please calm down. Bakugo's eyes twitched and his scowl grew greater. None of my business? I've known him longer than you. I've practically grown up with him. Do you have any idea how much your absence affected him? Imagine being 5 years old and seeing your best friend tally how many days his older brother had been hiding from him. He thought it was his fault that you left for so many years. He still probably does. You left him alone in that hellhole. You think you had it hard? Izuku's treatment after he was diagnosed as quirkless was even worse. For years he just wanted his big brother to be there for him. The hand that was gripping onto Shuta's collar was shaking and tears were dripping down on his shirt as Bakugo lowered his head. Some hero you are, you couldn't even save your younger brother. So if you think you can prance in his life after 12 years like nothing happened, then you're demon wrong. Bakugo took a deep shaky breath and let go Shuta's collar. You two get out, Blondie stays. I know everything. Oboro and Nemuri glanced at Shouta with concern before hurriedly walking out the room. As soon as the door shut, Bakugo glared at them. First of all, don't even mention that I was here to Izuku. Shouta and Hisashi hesitantly nodded their heads. Izuku told me he lives with you guys, said you guys were engaged. Don't worry, he doesn't know you guys teach me. Bakugo surprisingly looked calmer. I need you guys to keep an eye on Izuku. I can't do it, so you guys need to. There's something wrong with him. I saw everything. The nerd's torso is covered with bruises, and oh god, his arms. The veins on them are so bruised. He looks sick all the time and he's only gotten slimmer and slimmer. Bakugo bit his lips. There's something up with that job he's got. He keeps saying that he's a waitress, but I know he's lying. Someone's hurting him and I can't give help. Heroes are supposed to save people, right? Start by saving your brother. Bakugo let out a shaky inhale after talking yelling nonstop. You guys keep an eye on him because I can't, and tell me what's going on. Bakugo stared at them once more before walking out the door, slamming it. As soon as the door slammed shut, Shouta's limbs lost all function. Before he could fall to his knees, Hisashi caught him. Shouta was out of character. He'd never sob. He was always stern and serious. Even the people closest around him barely saw through his stern expression. All the color in his already pale appearance was lost, and he was trembling and struggling to keep balance like a newborn doe. It's my fault I let Shouta stop. Hisashi had grabbed his shoulders, forcing them to meet face to face. We aren't going to argue about whose fault it was. We can't change things that happened in the past. But we can change things in the present. Instead of regretting what you did in the past, you can help him right now. I'll help you with every step. Hisashi had offered to drive the both of them home from work. Shouta usually drove them home. Believe it or not, Hisashi surprisingly had a major case of road rage. Shouta sat in the front seat, conjuring a plan on talking to Izuku. Should he get the police involved? No, he would figure out what was behind this to see if he actually needed the police involved. He frowned as he pulled out his phone, opening Google. Maybe Google had reasonable answers. How to find out what's going on with your younger sibling without being invasive? The search wasn't much help. The few results were homemade blogs from middle-aged moms with college degrees in Facebook medicine. Shouta thought about it, then he frowned. He never thought what position he was going to face this in. Brother? Parental figure? Cool uncle? The most important question was, how was he going to repair his relationship? What relationship did they even have? And how was he going to find out what's going on? The minute after Bakugo had told him that he had spotted bruises and marks all over Izuku, Shouta felt nauseous. The words Bakugo snarled at him kept repeating in his mind. Some hero you are, you can't even save your younger brother. He hated how Bakugo was right. He hated himself right now. Shouta frowned as his thumbs hovered over the white search bar of Google, opening the search keyboard. How should I take care of my siblings if my parents aren't around? Step in as their parental figure. Monkey see, monkey do. Set a good example. Be more strict with them. If a parental figure is no longer present, it is best to take responsibility for that role. But what was he doing on Google? But that one answer did spark his interest. Be more strict with them. If a parental figure is no longer present, it is best to take responsibility for that role. Would he need to do that? He only wanted to repair his relationship with Izuku. He wanted the best for Izuku. Before he could go longer into his train of thought, Hisashi interrupted him. Honestly, Shouta, we should be really pushy with him. I mean, you should. I'll only get involved if you want me to. Ask questions and be direct. If he lies after we are all pushy, then what can we really do? If he lies, then we should go through his phone or follow him to work. We can't sugarcoat these things. If what Bakugo said was true and we don't put a stop to whatever it is, what's going to happen to him? Hisashi was right. What would happen to him? But he didn't want to invade Izuku's privacy, but what choice would he have? As a teacher, he heard horror stories about parents invading their children's privacy. At the start of his teaching career, he had heard about how this kid's parents had searched his room and checked his phone on the daily because they had smelt the smell of a cigar on him. The kid ended up having a breakdown in class, and it turned out that the kid didn't even smoke. Some guy in the train station was smoking, and the scent of the smoke clung on his clothes on his way home. Shouta shuddered. It would be hard. For the past few days they had only exchanged a few sentences of words. How would he sit him down after barely talking to him and say, "Hey kid, tell me what's going on or I'm gonna have to go through your phone and follow you like a creep"? Okay, maybe he wouldn't say that. Shouta would obviously cross out the following and the phone part. Shouta wanted to be in Izuku's life. He wanted it so bad. He wanted the chance of redeeming himself ever since the day he walked out that door. He wanted a chance of doing brotherly things with his baby brother, like flying a kite, playing ball games, hopscotch, or whatever they did in those American movies. So Shouta decided to pull his head out of his butt and man up. He wasn't going to avoid Izuku anymore. He was going to redeem things with him and figure out what was going on. I don't want to invade his privacy, Hisashi, but you're right. Oh God, remember that story of that student who came home smelling like cigars? Shouta groaned, his mind wandering back to the story. To which Hisashi only giggled in response. Hey Shouta, are you going to talk to him tonight? Yeah, most likely. You know, I'm gonna say it again. You two look nothing alike. Hisashi quickly changed the topic as silence was slowly starting to creep up in the car. Shouta had thought about it. Yes, they looked like their parents, but it didn't mean they looked alike. Shouta took after his dad for the most part in comparison to Izuku. Shouta had a tall straight nose bridge similar to his father's, black wavy hair like his father's and the ability to grow stubble but not a full-on beard like his father. Whereas in comparison to Shouta, Izuku had features similar to his mother. Instead of a tall straight nose bridge like his father, Izuku had a tiny button nose like his mother, green hair and eyes and the same short stature as his mother. The only thing Izuku shared with his father in features was his hair type. Although Izuku had inherited his mother's green hair, he had the same wavy hair that his father had. Shouta smiled as a memory of him and Izuku played in his head. Shouta, why do you have black hair and I have green hair? The 2-year-old showed him a cheeky smile, a front tooth missing. 17-year-old Shouta picked Izuku up, bouncing his baby brother on his lap. I don't know Izuku, something with science. If you study really hard you can tell me in the future. Okay. I'll study super hard in the future, Shouta. And I'll help you with everything. Izuku let out another cheeky grin. He felt something tug at his heart again. He buried his head in his chest. During those 3 short years he wasn't the best brother, but at least he was in Izuku's life. If only he could go back in time, if he had the chance to go back in chance he would do so in a heartbeat. Shouta shook his head. It wasn't time to dwell on the past. He felt a hand on his thigh. Shouta unburied his head from his chest and looked out the window. Oh, he had been so lost in his thoughts that he hadn't even noticed when Hisashi parked outside their shared house. Come on, let's go, Shou. As they opened the gate leading to the backyard of the house, Shouta's heartbeat started pounding in his ears again, like the day he had picked up Izuku from the police station. Ba-dump, 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 be. Hisashi entered the key into the door lock hole, twisting the key back and forth. The lock unlocked with a small click sound. We're home. Hisashi's voice echoed through the large house. They both stepped in, Shouta locking the door behind them. Light footsteps grew in volume, and eventually Izuku was there standing in front of them. Oh hi guys, where were you? Oh God, the kid looked and sounded awful. His eye bags were sunken in, a gray color lay casting over them. And he was shaking like a leaf in the wind, despite the many layers of clothing he was wearing. The only skin visible on his body was a fourth of his neck. Izuku had worn a turtleneck under a large fleece hoodie, thick sweatpants and large socks. But despite all the layers of clothing he shivered, teeth practically clacking together. Hisashi was concerned too, side-eyeing Shouta to see if he had felt the same way. They both quickly wiped any look of concern on their face to avoid any suspicion from Izuku. We were at work. Hisashi and Shouta both slipped their shoes off and walked to the kitchen, while Izuku walked back to his room. As soon as Izuku's back had turned, Hisashi jutted his bottom lip in the direction of where Izuku was walking, glaring at Shouta discreetly. Shouta pulled the cupboard door open, revealing neatly organized cups. He grabbed a cup, pouring some sweet tea in it. He looked at Hisashi and they both nodded. Izuku, can you come here for a second? The pitter-patter of small feet crescendoed in volume. Wait, the pitter-patter of 2 sets of feet? Oh, it was the fat cat. Yeah. Shouta handed the glass of tea to Izuku, pointing towards the chair next to the kitchen island. We need to talk, Izuku. As soon as Shouta had said that, all the color in Izuku's pale face had drained. Izuku let out a barely audible gulp. Why? His hands were shaky. He shakily raised the glass of iced tea to his mouth to distract the 2 heroes from his quivering lips. I only want you to be safe, Izuku, so I'm gonna ask. Where do you work? And why do you have such long shifts? Shouta ripped the band-aid off. Hisashi was right. He couldn't sugarcoat this. Izuku's hands only got shakier. He forced himself to place the glass of tea back down. I work as a waitress for a private restaurant. Tips are greater at night. From over a decade of hero work, both Hisashi and Shouta could tell that what Izuku said was a straight lie. Really? What restaurant? Why do you need to know? Izuku held his hands down, fidgeting and picking the skin on his hands. Because I'm your brother Izuku. As soon as Shouta said that, Izuku's lips started trembling. He held his head up from his chest, glaring at him with tears in his eyes. And never mind that, I need to get ready for work. Izuku quickly hopped off his chair and ran up the stairs to the washroom. Why'd he have to say that? Because I'm your brother. Why would he say that? After 12 years of absence in Izuku's life, he would pull the "because I'm your brother" card. Shouta had still viewed Izuku as his baby brother after all this time. He didn't want to do this, but he had to. He leaned towards Hisashi and whispered in his ear. Help me search Izuku's room. Hisashi's eyes widened. Sure, he was the one who suggested snooping around, but would Shouta actually do it? The distant sound of a tap being pulled and the soft trickling of shower water alerted Shouta. Come on, we don't have much time. Izuku's room looked the same way it had looked from the beginning. Shouda's eyes scanned the room. A yellow backpack in the corner of the room was calling his name. He walked towards the backpack. Hey Shouta. I don't think this is a good idea, Hisashi shouted. Shouta ignored him. He pulled the yellow backpack out. He slowly pulled the zipper of the backpack, then he opened and looked. Come on, Shouta. Hisashi's pleas were ignored. He poured the contents of the backpack out onto the bed. There were alcohol wipes, a small pencil pouch, name tag, hand sanitizer, body spray, toothbrushing kit, and so many breath mints. Why would he need so many? It looked as if there were 5 packs worth of mints in there. But something grabbed his attention, Izuku's phone. It was a newer phone model, so he wondered how Inko had let him buy it. He pressed the power button to be greeted by Izuku's wallpaper, the plain default wallpaper. Then he unlocked the phone, no password for some reason. He wouldn't go through all his apps, only the ones needed. Hisashi pleas had died down as he was looking over Shouda's shoulder, curious on what would be on Izuku's phone as well. He opened the Messages app with a gulp. He clicked the unread messages. Kai Chisaki 2 days ago. Why did you not show up to work? There were clients expecting you. Do you expect to skip work without notice? Expect punishment tomorrow. Kai Chisaki 1 days ago. I'm picking you up. I have a meeting with a few others for business and they requested you to be there, for amusement. Make yourself look presentable, don't disappoint me. Both of their hearts stopped. Punishment? What punishment? The kid's mom just died, for God's sake. Before the two could read more messages, a voice interrupted them. What are you doing? The first time Izuku talks to Shouta, it's not really special. Izuku had noticed a few things about his brother in his car. First of all, he looked nearly identical to what his vague memories of Shouta were. He was the spitting image of his father, as if his father had cloned himself in an experiment. Of course, Izuku had little memory of his brother's appearance. For years after Shouta had left, he would look at the tiny Polaroid photos. The whole family was present in the photo, even his father. There weren't many Polaroid photos with Izuku and his father in them. All the Polaroid photos stopped when Izuku was a few months old. Izuku's father had finally stopped his rare visits after Izuku turned 7 months, deciding to take permanent residence in America for business. Inko had forced them to all get huddled up in a photo booth and smile every important holiday with matching decor to send them to friends and family. She forced them to smile, to look like they wanted to be there. No one wanted to be there. Inko just wanted everyone to think that she was thriving with a perfect happy family. The only ones who weren't smiling were Shouta and Izuku. Shouta sucked out his usual frown for an unamused expression while Izuku just drooled and stared at the camera, typical baby behavior. The Polaroids had come to a stop, and Izuku concluded that Inko had stopped caring. Izuku's 13 when he discovers the Polaroid photos. They lay abandoned, collecting dust in the kitchen junk drawer. He picks one up and wipes the dust off with his thumb, revealing Shouda's face. Teenage Shouta looked like the angsty teen model in a Hot Topic banner, unruly black hair covering his left eye. To Izuku, Shouta was like a dinosaur. He knew they existed, but he would never see them. They were both left in the past, with evidence left behind that they were in someone's or something's life. He painfully smiles and shoves the Polaroid in his pencil pouch. It's a constant reminder of the brother he once had in his life. Shouta looks exactly like the Polaroid photo. Well, it is him, but he's just older. The only difference was unruly stubble, a taller, more muscular stature, and dark eye bags. A slightly taller blonde man sit in the back of the car. Present Mike. He saw him and Shouta on TV a few years back. Their conversation isn't special. No tears or heart-wrenching cheesy speeches are dropped. They communicate like any adult awkwardly trying to make conversation with a teenager, like a doctor talking to you about school to distract from the fact that they're about to inject you with a needle. Their conversations aren't like his and Kachin's, or his and his clients'. Their conversations are like that of strangers trying to make small talk in an elevator. There's a clear distance in their relationship. But from the car to the nice Calvin Klein bag that lay in the back seat, Izuku can tell that they're well off. It stings, knowing that they have their dream job with luxuries in their life, while Izuku was skiing deep on drags to barely get by. He was stuck paying his mother's debt while Shouta got off scot-free. It wasn't fair, but things were never fair for him. Does he care for Shouta? Not the care and love he has for Kakin, but a different type of care. The care that you would have for the Starbucks barista who knows your regular order, the care you have to that one classmate who lends you pencils when you forget them, or the care you have for a college classmate you haven't seen for a decade. But for some reason, Izuku's heart aches when he thinks about it. Why does it hurt his heart when he knows they're drifting apart? When he walks into the Izayamada household, he can only squeal internally. The American-style household was 10x bigger than the dirty shoebox he was living in. He wouldn't have to pay rent. Maybe he could pocket some money and get some makeup for him and the girls at work. And when Shouta shows Izuku his room, he almost jumps in joy, but Izuku holds it in. In the old house, he would sleep on the floor with pillows and blankets. Izuku would wake up with backstabbing pains and would endure painful cramps throughout the day, from sleeping on the door. The room had no decoration, but it was large. The room was probably half the size of his old home. He quickly pulls out his phone after Shouta leaves, eager to text Kakin about his new room. But his excitement was shoved away when he saw a text message, smile turning into a dreadful frown. Chisaki Kai, why did you not show up to work? There were clients expecting you. Do you expect to skip work without notice? Expect punishment tomorrow. Dread filled his body. Oh God, Chisaki Kai. Chisaki Fing Kai. He remembers the first day he met Chisaki Kai so clearly. It had been a few weeks since he worked at the bar. Every second of it was torture for him, being reduced to nothing but eye candy, drugged up and being treated like an object. Any sign of protest or objection from him and they would tell him to shut up, injecting a needle into his sore body. Izuku's bodyguard, more like glorified babysitter, tells that the boss wanted to see him after reading his files. His bodyguard shivers after mentioning the boss. Then Izuku can only stand there in fear. If this over 6-foot muscular man was scared of the boss, then what was he really capable of? A million scenarios played throughout his head. Did the boss want to see him because he had upset a client? Did they get complaints? When they step into the room at the top floor, his bodyguard speaks up. Hello, Chisaki, sir. Here is the worker you requested to see. The bodyguard grabs Izuku by the neck, like a mother cat to her kitten, dragging him to where the boss sits. The man is sitting in the throne of an office chair, room surrounded by purple lights. He's tall and muscular, but not the type of muscular that his bodyguard had. He had a tallish, slender muscular figure. He was wearing a black doctor's mask, his expressions basically unreadable. The man was swishing a cup with expensive liquor in it, the circular ice cubes clinking together. The man stands up, walking towards Izuku, grabbing Izuku's chin to force them to meet eye to eye. Unreadable yellow orbs glaring back at startled, confused green orbs. You are quirkless, yes? Oh, Izuku braces himself for the impact. The answer to this question had never gone right. Why, sir? The eyes glaring at him crinkle up under his mask, resembling a smile. The boss grabs his waist and pulls him close, into an embrace. He sighs out, burying his head in Izuku's green curls. Yes. You are perfect, pure, everything I longing. You are tolerable, I like you, Izuku stands there paralyzed from the shock and confusion. The bodyguard stands there in shock too. After their first meeting, Izuku learns a few things. First of all, like any other man in this bar, he treated him like an object. Like a child who just received a shiny new toy. They take it everywhere with them to show it off, refusing to share with the other children. Chisaki Kai is someone who treats his possessions well, polishing them to show it off. He had bought a brand new phone for Izuku, tossing the box in his lap one day. "What is this?" "A phone, the newest model. Only the best for you." Before a confused Izuku could thank him in return, Chisaki put his palm over Izuku's mouth, effectively shutting the boy up. "I put a tracker on it, I'll know your every location. Do not even think about putting a password on it, I will go through your phone weekly. And you will tell me who all the contacts in your phone are." He pulls Izuku up by his armpits, holding him in a tight embrace. Shoving his head into the green curls, he inhales Izuku's scent. She said, "You're mine, so perfect, so pure." For the first few days after Izuku meets Chisaki, Chisaki doesn't share him with his loyal customers. Surprisingly, though, he doesn't force him to do anything, but he withholds all drags from him. Saying something along the lines of, "Something impure must not taint you, okay." A bit late, Chisaki. Even though he wasn't forced to do anything with Chisaki Kai, the days were the devil himself reincarnated. The dread hit him like a truck. The first 2 days without the anonymous drag took a heavy toll on him. He was dependent on the drag. He had tried to deny it, tried to deny that his whole being was not dependent on the drag. He had tried to tell himself that he wasn't a quirkless drag-fueled wear, but every day he worked at Chisaki Kai's bar, his dignity chipped away day by. It's day 3 with Chisaki Kai, and Izuku realizes that everything is so much worse sober. Chisaki takes him to another bar that he owned, in his expensive black sports car, for what Chisaki described as a business meeting. He's dragged to a dimly lit room full of men that dress similar to Chisaki, all dressed in expensive suits and wearing black medical masks, similar to Chisaki. It's a night full of his hair getting pulled, his clothes being stripped off, foreign hands with ill intent exploring his being, and his body getting violated. When he refuses or objects, the familiar pain of a needle pricking him fails to show up. Without the drag he can't tune things out. He feels and sees every unmentionable act forced upon him, that he feels and tastes everything at that moment. The fingers pulling his hair, the fingernails digging into his waist, the taste of vomit threatening to spill out. For the first time in Izuku's life, he prays. Prays to any god or higher-up being to hear him, to save him. He sees a tiny glowing red. A camera lay in the corner, propped up on a tripod. He can't find himself to care anymore. He prays and begs for someone to drag him up. After that day, Chisaki Kai realizes that he can't hog Izuku for himself anymore. Profits had gone down, and the boy was shaking and vomiting every hour. Chisaki Kai drops him off at the bar in his expensive sports car, and tells him not to disappoint. When Izuku walks in the change room, the girls greet him with concern. He had met the girls during his first week of work. They had all taken him under their care. He was the youngest and only male working there. The girls were like friends, or motherly figures that he had never had. They taught him how to use mascara, how to turn fishnet stockings into shirts, how to cope with the soreness from working, and how to milk money out of a drunk customer. They gave him hearty hugs and unintentionally shoved his head in their glitter-covered cleavage in the process. They ruffled his hair with their colorful artificial nails, and they painted his nails with black nail polish. Their cheap perfume clings onto his clothing. The scent is soft, but it lingers. The artificial scent comforts him. But despite their care for each other, they never stand up for each other when working with clients. All of them were in a similar situation, all too timid from the drags to actually do something. They can't do anything against Chisaki Kai and his men, so they all have a mutual understanding of what they're going through. They never really talk about it, but they all understand what everything means. When Izuku meets his first client after he and Chisaki's private affairs, he intentionally protests. And when the needle meets his arm, it's heaven for him. That's how he remembers all of it, but Chisaki probably had a different perspective. Izuku puts down his phone and decides that he could worry about work later. He leaves Chisaki undelivered, ignoring any possible consequences that the future may hold for him. Deciding to text Kaken. Me, one image attached. Look Kaken. I just moved into my brother's house. He has a fiancé and they both seem okay. The house is so nice and the room they lent me is nice too. What do you think Kaken? He types eagerly, black, polished fingernails clack and clank against the phone screen. Kaken. Orange heart bomb collision. It's okay, I guess. Motherfuckers could have at least decorated. How are they treating you Deku? Okay, if they treat you like shit, I'll F them up. Me, I kind of like it honesty, laughing face it's so much nicer than my own room. Also, they treat me alright I guess. It's really awkward though Zero, but how will you F them up? Do you even know who they are? I might not tell you their names. I can't bail you out of jail Kaken. 9 to 9. Kaken. Orange heart bomb collision. I have my ways Deku. I don't need you to bail me out of jail dumbass, I'll explode my way out. Just watch me. Me? Su? Carrot anyway, how's you eh? Me? Oh wait, tell me later. I gotta get ready for work. Sorry Kaken. Izuku reluctantly puts his phone away and sighs. I don't know what I would do without Kaken, Izuku mumbles to himself. Kaken was the only reason he was still living and staying somewhat sane. He can't die yet, no, he has to see Kaken become the greatest hero. Maybe once he gets enough money to escape Chisaki Kai and his tyrant rule he could go back to school and make costume items for Kaken. It's the reason Izuku doesn't give up, Kaken won't give up so he won't too. Sighing, he walked towards his backpack. Grabbing the skimpy of the day out of his bag and his cosmetics bag. Izuku looks at the lash curler. It's the first gift the girls had gotten him. It's a black and pink zebra pattern, bedazzled with crystals. Memories flash through his mind of when the girls teach him how to apply makeup. No, I's a baby. Not like that. You're gonna poke your eye out baby. Baby, it's the affectionate names the girls had given him. The name thawed his cold, bruised little heart. As he curls his lashes a faint smell wafts its way towards his nose from the downstairs kitchen. The smell of foreign, exotic peas sautéing. It's the smell of a hearty home-cooked meal, a scent so unfamiliar and rare to him, a scent that Mitsuki Bakugo provided once in a while. Izuku finds himself drooling. He quickly wipes the bead of drool away with his tongue and swallows. It down, can't ruin the lip gloss. Taking off his comfy housewear, he slowly puts on the skin-revealing outfit, a homemade shirt made out of a pair of fishnet stockings, black denim shorts and a studded belt. He looks in the mirror, and the boy in the mirror glares back. He can't stand to look at himself. 110 pounds of skin and bone glare back at him. It's so ugly and disgusting, he's so ugly and disgusting. In the skimpy outfit he looks cheap, the little fat on his small scrawny body barely fills it out. The crescent-shaped scars placed on his waist almost glow a bright crimson red to him. The marks littered throughout his body only mark his value as a worthless wear, nothing more. Izuku hates everything himself. His scrawny body, his big creepy bug eyes, his seaweed-resembling hair, his freckles that resemble splatters of mud and dirt. He's never understood why people called him pretty, not once. The people who deserved to be called pretty were the girls at work. Big BRS and hips, blonde hair and blue eyes, pretty faces, the definition of the waking beauty standard. But he knows why people find him pretty. He's some sicko's wet dream, what someone would see on the front page of an RDC pawn site called CC Tweens, or whatever. He's eye candy for a sick man who's there to act upon his fantasies, or JRK off material. That's another reason why he hates himself so much. The smell pulls himself out of his train of thought, the smell of home-cooked food. The smell gets stronger, new spices and seasoning are introduced to the delightful smell. Salty, rich, savory smells. Izuku has to stop himself from drooling, he can't quite pinpoint what dish the smell is coming from. But he's eager to find out, even more eager to maybe taste it. He has to stop himself from drooling again, the smell is exquisite. The smell is like no other smell he had experienced in his short 15 years off life, he can't get enough. He sniffs, like a cat searching for a mouse to prey on near a dumpster. His His phone annoyingly vibrates next to him on the marble bathroom counter. The caller ID glares at him. Chisaki Kai. Hell. I'll be at your location soon. The beep sound quickly plays from his phone, telling him that the other caller had hung up. Asshat, Izuku quickly mumbles out. He heads to his room, grabbing an oversized jacket to cover his outfit. He'd rather die. Slow, painful death rather than for his brother and fiancé to see him in this, or was it brother and brother-in-law? Such matters shouldn't trouble him right now, not at this moment. He walks down the spiral staircase, cotton socks rubbing against the pine-wood-covered stairs. Walking downstairs to the site of Shouta and his fiancée cooking, the smell is delectable. Izuku wants a bite so bad, he wants to sit down at the marble countertops with them and gnaw on the food they've prepared. But he can't, he has work to do. He grabs the chunky, bright red, obnoxious sneakers off the shoe rack. They clashed with every outfit they wore, especially the skimpy ones he wore to work. When the girls had first seen his shoes, they gasped and dubbed it a fashion disaster, offering to buy new ones for him. But every time he politely refused, it's not like he wasn't aware that they were slightly ugly and clashed with every outfit they wore. But why did he keep them? He kept them because it was one of the old artifacts that Shouta had left behind. The shoes were old, tattered, and probably had a hole or two at the bottoms. But Izuku couldn't find himself to throw them away. After all, they once belonged to his brother. He had seen Shouta wearing them in some of the Polaroid photos before Izuku had been born. They stood out against his all-black clothing. Inko had most likely bought them on sale. No one would buy such eccentric-looking shoes on purpose. But eventually, when Izuku makes her appearance, in the Polaroid photos, Shouta is wearing brand new shoes. Assuming Shouta had grown out of them, leaving them behind after he had left the Aizawa residence. Izuku keeps the shoes safe for a few years, then slips his tiny feet into them as soon as he somewhat fits into the shoes. He cherishes them and wears them every day for years. He carries a piece of Shouta with him every day, so he doesn't really care if his shoes are ugly or overworn and tattered. The popping sounds of the cooking oil comes to a stop, and the smell of the exotic seasonings dim down and the pitter-patter of feet crescendo in volume towards him. Wait, Izuku, where are you going? Shouta, his brother, calls out. Shouta and his fiancée stand there, concern plastered all over both of the heroes' faces. Izuku can see the hood of Chisaki's expensive sports car from the glass opening of the front door. Time is ticking. Every second that he makes Chisaki wait is more of a chance of guaranteed hell. Work took the day off yesterday. Can't miss today. He has to hurry up before Chisaki lashes out on him from impatience and rage. Aren't you going to be cold outside? Do you want to change before you go? There's concern in his voice. Izuku rarely hears it from others in his life. There's concern in Kachin's voice when he skips lunch or misses class, but this concern was different. It was similar to Kachin's, it had sincerity behind it. For some reason, it warmed his heart. Well, do you need a ride? It's pretty cold outside at this hour. No need, my boss is going to pick me up and drive me home. No need to concern yourself with this. The car lets out an obnoxious honk. Izuku can sense Chisaki's yellow orbs glaring at him, even through the tinted glass car windows. Time's up, he has to go. Izuku gives the couple sticky notes with his number on it, only telling them to text him for emergencies. He's going to regret it. Chisaki is bound to see their numbers one day. That's why states his number is only for emergencies. They both mumble something about dinner before he walks out the door, the slam of the door cutting off his sentence. The 20-meter walk to Chisaki's expensive car felt like walking the distance of a whole marathon. The dread took his body over, making him feel 100 pounds heavier and his heart beat faster and louder. What punishment? Was Chisaki aware that his mom passed away? The 30-second walk to Chisaki's car made him sweat like he was running a marathon. As soon as he opened the door, he was met with Chisaki's angry expression. He scowled. "Get in, I have something waiting for you at the bar." Izuku hesitantly shut the front car door and buckled the seatbelt. As soon as he buckled the seatbelt, Chisaki took off, aggressively pressing on the gas pedal. "So you want to explain yourself?" Chisaki was glaring at him through his side eye, eyes mainly focused on the road. My mom passed away. Chisaki's expression remained the same, eyes still focused on the road. And you didn't bother to tell me? Well, save it for later, Chisaki said, effectively shutting him up. For the rest of the car ride they ride in silence, unmitigated silence, as the car engine buzzed softly in the background. Chisaki's hands were shaking from gripping the steering wheel, veins and knuckles on his hand bulging out. He was breathing heavily through his black medical mask. Because of the mask his expression was basically unreadable. But Chisaki had only expressed a few emotions: anger, tolerance, and unamusement. Izuku took a good guess and assumed that it was anger. He never knew why Chisaki wore a mask, but he had heard rumors from the girls in the locker room. The rumors varied, but they all had the same conclusions, like different articles of clothing all cut from the same fabric. Everyone would say that he was the leader of a Yakuza organization who owned the bars as a main source of profit, or even that he had a daughter. But the reason why he wore a mask remained unknown. Some people had said that he wanted to hide his identity, or that he had a face injury that he covered with the mask. None of the reasons or rumors were confirmed. Eventually the short, tension-filled car ride came to an end and the both of them were facing the bar. Chisaki aggressively grabbed Izuku's wrist, most likely bruising it in the process. Wait, please, it hurts. His pleas were ignored by Chisaki, as the man just drags harder. Eventually, they reach Chisaki's private room. He throws the younger male on the floor, Izuku wincing from the rough treatment. There are two other men in the room, muscular, tall and tattooed. You think you can run away from me? Whose house were you in? The masked man pulls on his green curls, forcing him to meet eye to eye with him. No. It's my brother's house, I promise. He doesn't even realize that he's sobbing like a newborn baby, mascara running down with his tears. Green doe-like eyes filled with fear meet angry yellow ones filled with fury. And you didn't bother to tell me? He shoves Izuku's face to the cold marble floor by the hair, his tears and snot rub against the smooth marble in the process. You're nothing without me. You need me. Who sets you up with clients? Who buys you the things you need? Who? Tell me, Izuku. The grip on Izuku's hair that Chisaki has remained strong. When the only response Chisaki receives are choked sobs muffled by the floor, he sees red. The hands gripping his hair move to his neck. He wraps his large hands around the sobbing teenager's neck, then he squeezes. Why you? I'm so sorry. Please, it hurts. Izuku's sobs die down. He gasps, desperate to breathe like a fish out of water. He weakly wiggles, desperate to escape Chisaki's hold. The hands squeezing his neck are removed, then Chisaki snaps his fingers. Do it. What? His jacket is pulled off quickly and his fishnet stockings shirt is pulled up. Anonymous hands pin his arms down. He's unaware of what's going on. The only thing he can see is the white marble. Floor tiles. Then a hot metal object meets his lower back. It burns. It's the worst pain he's ever felt in his 15 short years of life. Nothing can compare to this. It's lava hot, burning his flesh, eating away at the surface of his skin. It's like he's been shot with a fire-covered bullet. It's unbearable. He feels every spark of the hot metal object pressing into his back. He lets out the pain-induced scream. The metal object is removed and the pain reduces. The only sensation left is the burning stinging pain sizzling at the surface of his skin. The realization hits him as he falls in and out of consciousness from the pain. The metal object was most likely a stamp. He's been branded like a cow waiting to be slaughtered in a slaughterhouse. He's been branded as Chisaki's property. He can hear a much deeper voice talking about something. He can't make out what the voice is saying. Before he falls out of consciousness, he feels a pair of muscular arms wrapping around his waist, then his eyes close. He wakes up, a stinging sensation immediately taking over his back. A foreign fabric surrounds his shoulders and waist, car seat leather pressing against his bare sweaty thighs. Everything hurts, everything's sore. You're awake, a familiar voice fills the empty space. Izuku opens his eyes completely to be met with the sight of Chisaki's unmasked face. It's a foreign view. The man was undeniably handsome. If he wasn't an a-hole crime boss, maybe he could pass off as a model. Calloused fingers grip at his tiny thigh. He hadn't noticed Chisaki's hand placement when he had first woken up. "I'm taking you to a business meeting tomorrow," Chisaki breathes out, then places his mouth over the nape of his neck, then hisses. He hated all of it, the mouth sking at his neck, the large hands squeezing his upper leg, how the man who had just branded him like a cattle was acting upon his XXL fantasies. Izuku forced himself to distract himself, to not think about the fact that someone possibly twice his age was violating his body. He looks out through the car window through the side of his eye. They're parked right outside the Aizawa Yamada residence. His heart stopped. Oh God, what if his brother sees a high-profile criminal skiing on his neck? "The windows are tinted," Chisaki plainly replies, as if he were reading Izuku's mind. He stops skiing at Izuku's neck like a vampire hungry for blood, hands still squeezing his thigh. He laughs against his neck. "Your mumbling is so cute, oh that's why." His face heats up from embarrassment, cheeks flushing a baby pink. Calloused hands grabbed Izuku's tiny manicured ones. "The meeting is for business, with business partners I guess," a left hand went up to play with. His green curls. Chisaki lowered his head to inhale the scent of his fruity shampoo and conditioner. He smirked and pulled away. "You look nice in my jacket," Izuku frowned. What was with this sweet talk? He has just branded him, choked him, shoved his face into the cold floor. Why was he acting like this after committing these horrendous acts? Why? Chisaki replied with fake confusion. "Why did you do what you did earlier?" Chisaki grabbed his waist, pulling him closer. "To teach you a lesson. You belong to me, Izuku, you wouldn't be here without me. You've been mistreated your whole life, haven't you? Your mother sold you here to avoid her own debts, your own mother. If your own blood hates you and rejects you, everyone else will too. I pay you, I get you clients, I buy you everything you could ever need. This society will only hurt you and turn you down. I'm the only one in this society who cares about you. I'm your hero, your savior, you'll always come back running to me. You don't have a choice." It dawned on him, Chisaki was right. He started crying, because of the pain in his back and the fact Chisaki was right, he was always right. A thick stack of money is thrown into his lap, held by a thin red RBB band. "Spend it on something nice. Go to sleep, Izuku." He walks back into the house and cries himself to sleep from the pain, unknowing of the text Chisaki had sent him as soon as he left his car. "Kai Chisaki, 10 minutes ago. I'm picking you up, I have a meeting with a few others for business and they requested you to be there, for amusement. Make yourself look presentable, don't disappoint me." When Izuku wakes up his back stings, similar to the pain of a fresh knee scrape, but 100 times worse. Sometimes he wonders, who did he wrong in his past life to deserve this? Why did he deserve this? He's cold, shivering like a newborn animal. The cold air against his bare skin is a reminder that he hadn't changed out of his work clothes. Chisaki's jacket laid crumpled in a corner. The longing to rest in bed forever is strong, but the cold and the taste of his morning breath are strong motivators. He gets up, wincing from the burning sensation on his back. Walking to the bathroom, he looks in the mirror. Dear God. He looks like he's been mauled by a bear, a very kawaii bear. There's a very purple handprint-shaped bruise that's wrapped around his neck, along with his wrists. A prominent hickey lay on the nape of his neck. It glares at him, a reminder of what Chisaki had done last night. He's scared, too scared to see what Chisaki and his men had done to his back. Reluctantly turning around, back facing the mirror, he looks back and gasps. The bar's logo is there and underneath lay Chisaki's name. He's been marked, reduced to nothing but a wear belonging to Chisaki Kai. Is it going to last forever? Does he have to carry it with him through his whole life? Will he ever escape Chisaki Kai? The words of last night come back to his mind. "I'm your hero, your savior, you'll always come back running to me. You don't have a choice." Chisaki is right, Izuku doesn't have a choice. After a sob fest in the bathroom, he walks down in multiple layers of cozy clothing. The house is empty. Shouta and his fiancé had probably gone to work. The house is filled with complete silence, the only noise being from Izuku's slipper-covered footsteps. "Jesus, it's cold," Izuku mumbles out, shivering through the multiple layers of clothing. Something warm and fuzzy brushes against his leg. A pillow? Wait, it's breathing. "Mrio," A chubby cat calls out, rubbing against the fabric of his sweatpants. You cold too? Even under all that fat? The cat glares at him through its yellow-green round eyes. It's like the thing took offense to the statement. Izuku genuinely laughs for the first time in a while. The laughter temporarily removes him from the painful reality he's in. It's nice, it's really nice to laugh. Okay, sorry. The cat seemed to understand his words, continuing to rub its body against his legs. Izuku awkwardly bends down to scratch the unknown cat's ears. He's never had experience with animals. He had wanted a puppy when he was younger, but Inko said it was too much work caring for him anyway. He wouldn't want to bring another living being into the same situation as him, never. The cat seems neither pleased or displeased with the scratch, it just licks his hands. You hungry? What's your name? He ruffles the fur around the cat's neck, searching for a collar. He can't find one, he gives up. Come on, let's get some food. The cat's ears perk up at the mention of food, truly a fat cat. He walks towards the large kitchen, it's so big compared to his old house's kitchen. There's a marble counter, marble countertops, marble everything. Truly, a sign of good wealth. He opens the fridge hesitantly, hopefully Shouta and Yamada-san won't mind. The fridge is filled to the brim with food, jelly packs, produce, vegetables, fruits and drinks. In the middle of the fridge drawers there's a glass plate wrapped in saran wrap. On top of it lay a paper card. It's spelled out, Izuku in all capitals. Don't mind if I do. Izuku licks his lips in anticipation and pulls out the glass plate. As soon as he removed the crinkled saran wrap, he's met with the familiar smell he had smelt last night before he left for work. The smell of exotic foreign species mixed together, it smells delectable. The plate is filled with white rice and a brown curry sauce, chunks of carrots and meat scattered throughout the sauce. He's about to grab a spoon and dig in before he realizes that the plate and its contents are freezing cold. He sighs in disappointment. Thankfully, there's a black microwave next to the refrigerator, hard to miss. He pulls the crinkly saran wrap back onto the plate, to avoid any mess the curry would make. 3 minutes should be enough. He shuts the microwave door and prances around the kitchen island skiing on the silver spoon. There's a faint lavender scent that always fills every room of the house. Izuku wonders where and what it is. There's a sleek electronic clock that lays above the refrigerator. The time is displayed in bold red letters. It's 2:30 p.m. He must have woken up really late then. There's photos hung up around the wall, all over the house. He shakedly walks towards the pictures, legs shaking from the cold. There's multiple photos held by colorful magnets on the fridge, but one photo stands out. It's one of the Polaroid photos, with the whole family in the photo, even his father. They're all wearing red fuzzy Santa hats. His mother holds onto his infant body. Shouta and their father stand behind his mother and him. Shouta looks so unhappy. Izuku wonders why Shouta would keep a photo like this. Then another photo catches his attention. It's a photo of Shouta, his fiancé, and a black-haired lady with glasses. They're all smiling. Unlike Shouta in the Polaroid photos, he looks genuinely happy. The microwave interrupts his photo viewing session. Current emotions are replaced with joy. His pain-filled body practically skipped towards the microwave. Grabbing the hot glass plate, ignoring the burning sensation that he received from picking up the plate. He grabs a chair from under the kitchen island and sits, placing the plate and the spoon down. He hurriedly takes a bite. It's delicious, probably the best thing he's eaten in his life. The potatoes and vegetables are infused with the curry sauce flavor, they practically melt in his mouth. The overpowering curry is dimmed down from the soft white rice. It's the perfect combination. He almost actually cries from how good the meal tastes. He can't remember when's the last time he had a hearty home-cooked meal. Before he knew it, he had finished the whole plate. All rice grains were unseen, all had disappeared into his tiny stomach. He sighs, patting his very bloated tummy. Bringing the dishes to the sink to wash them, it's the least he can do for Shouta and Yamada-san after they made him such a delicious meal. Before he can grab the soapy sponge, something fuzzy and warm wiggles against his leg. Oh, it's the cat again. The cat meows desperately, like it's asking for something. Oh, the food, right? The cat eagerly meowed in reply. Sorry, kitty, I don't know what's safe for your kitty stomach. The cat glares at him once more before angrily walking away, paws pressing against the floor tile. Izuku laughs for the second time. He decides to wash the rest of the dishes in the sink too, as payment for the meal the pro heroes had made him. It hurts to stand, actually it hurts to do anything, but he pushes through. For some reason the water made him even more cold, his body was shivering more intensely. After washing the dishes with lemon-scented dish soap, he hears a key rattle through the front door. "We're home!" The not-so-familiar voice of Yamada-san echoes throughout the large house. He runs towards them, the cat following behind him. As he reaches the front door, the two stare at him as if he was a ghost. They make an expression similar to one you would make after seeing a sick child in a charity ad, or the face you would make after seeing roadkill. "Oh hi, where were you guys?" "We were at work." They don't say anything after that. Izuku takes it as his cue to leave. As he turns his back to walk to his room, he can feel eyes glaring at him. As soon as he reaches his room, he hears Shouta from the kitchen. "Izuku, can you come here for a second?" "Wait, what did he do? Did he do something wrong while washing the dishes?" He quickly ran downstairs, ignoring the pain burning throughout his body. As soon as he reached the kitchen, Shouta had pulled out a seat for him, offering him a glass of iced tea. "We need to talk, Izuku." His heart stopped. What talk? Oh God, did he know? His body started shaking even more. He had to distract them somehow. "Play it cool," Izuku thought to himself, raising the glass to his mouth to partially hide his quivering lips. "Why? I only want you to be safe, Izuku, so I'm gonna ask. Where do you work? And why do you have such long shifts?" His heart stopped again. Did he actually know? Would he kick him out the house? How did he know? Did he suspect something? How? "Oh God, oh go to Godo. WL, I work as a waitress for a private restaurant. Tips are greater at night." Straight up lie. Did they believe it? Izuku couldn't tell if they saw through his lie. His brother grit his teeth. Really? What restaurant? Why do you need to know? Why was he being so pushy? If he wanted to kick him out, he could have just been blunt. Everything was so unfair. His mother had just passed away, her debt was passed on to him, Chisaki had gotten his hands on him, and now this? "Because I'm your brother." Izuku, what? When had he ever acted like a brother? Why did he choose to care just now? Everything was so unfair. Why did people have to keep pulling his emotions? He felt tears forming up. He wanted to leave. And never mind that, "I need to get ready for work." Lie. Straight up lie. He had at least 4 hours to get ready before Chisaki would pick him up. He didn't want to deal with this right now. He's too tired for this. For once he let himself run away from his problems. A shower had calmed him down a bit. It had helped relieve his sore body also. As he approached his room, the door was open. He heard 2 adults muttering behind the room. He walked quietly towards the door, peeking through the open gap to see what was going on. His backpack had been open, contents of it spilled all over his bed. Shouta sat on his bed with his fiancé glancing over his shoulder. The dread hit him. Shouta was holding his phone. He had to put a stop to this. What are you doing?" Shouta immediately dropped the phone on the bed. Izuku could see the chats between Chisaki and him on his phone. Was Shouta going through his phone? "Izuku, hear me, oh you? Give it back." The humiliation and anger took over his body. Had Shouta seen everything? Had he gone through his photos too? "Izuku, you had no right," he sobbed out, snatching the phone away from the bed. "Hey guys, let's all talk it out. No yellin'." Shouta's fiancé was pushed to the side by Shouta. "If you hadn't lied, we wouldn't be here in the first place. If you didn't lie, then give me the phone, Izuku. Why do you need to know what's going on with me?" Tears were spilling out of his eyes constantly. "Because I'm your brother." And Izuku let out a choked sob. "Izuku," Shouta said firmly, glaring at him. "You may not like it, but I am your brother. And as long as I have custody of you, you're gonna listen to me when it's for your own well-being." Izuku saw red. How could he say this after leaving for 12 years? He had never even checked up on him, not one phone call, letter, or visit. He wiped his tears away aggressively. "You're not my brother. You left 12 years ago. You left me with Mom. You know how hard it was. I'm quirkless. It was so hard growing up quirkless. It was even harder with Mom. For 12 years I waited for you. I cleaned your room, waited by the phone for a phone call, checked the mailbox for a letter, but there was nothing. Why couldn't you stay with me? Am I selfish for wanting you to stay with me and Mom? Why couldn't you just bear Mom's treatment with me? We could have supported each other, but you didn't. You have a new life now, you have friends and you're rich and happy, but I was sad, poor and barely getting by. You aren't my brother Shouta, you decided that 12 years ago. Izuku walked towards the bedside table, pulling open the drawer. He grabbed the stack of money Chisaki had gave him last night. He threw it in Shuta's face. This should be enough rent for the month. I'm practically living in a stranger's house anyway. He meets the boy when he's raging outside on a park bench. His emissary called it a tantrum, but he could never throw a tantrum. He was a villain, the best one in the making. Stupid, stupid. Stupid, uncut nails scratch at his neck, leaving a trail of crimson red in the making. He doesn't know why he scratches, it doesn't feel good, no it hurts. But he can't help himself, it's a response to something he doesn't know. He hates it so much. A tiny soft hand grabs at his dry, slender ones. He glares down. It's a tiny toddler, he only reaches the upper part of his leg. He resembles a broccoli, soft, unruly hair, green curls, and a full head of green locks. Don't do that. It will hurt. He looks down at the tiny toddler. Who is this kid? Who does he think he is? The kid's hands grab onto his wrist with one hand and hold a clear, crinkled water bottle in the other hand. Ain't it a bit late for kindergartners to be out without their mommies? The chubby cheeks fill up with air, strawberry pink lips forming a pout. The tiny fingers clench onto the water bottle, a failed attempt of a clenched fist. I'm not in kindergarten. I'm a big kid now. I'm in second grade, I'm 7. Even. The kid pulls up 7 stubby fingers after his failed attempt at spelling for emphasis. The squirt was 7? He looked for. He was 5 years older than the kid at the time. Chubby hands make its way to his white strands of hair. He ruffles and massages his scalp. His villain brain is merely reduced to the monkey IQ of he's felt this sensation before. It was buried deep inside his brain, a memory that remained uncovered. Despite the possible placebo effect of déjà vu, he enjoys the feeling. The feeling of something in a past life? The feeling of a youngersibling. Parental instincts kick in, instincts that he'd never felt before. It's completely unfamiliar. All he's ever known, all he's meant for, all he remembers is follow orders, train, fight, kill, follow orders, train, fight, kill. It's a never-ending It's his life, his never-ending cycle. Follow MSTRS orders, scare any information out of any potential foes. Train, to eliminate any or potential obstacles without a trace. Fight, to fight for the cause, to save this corrupt society. Kill, to kill the heroes that treat the society around them like scum at the bottom of their overpriced, child LBR-produced shoes. It's all he's been brought to know. But when this unknown child ruffles his hair, treating like a dog, what does he feel? It's not the urge to fight or kill, nor to lash out on, but it's almost a care of sorts. He feels the urge to scoop the tiny toddler up and save him from this god-awful society. He feels the urge to murder anyone who dare have ill intent for the boy. He has the urge to ruffle the toddler's hair in return. He has the urge to give the tiny boy a bone-crushing warm hug. He feels the urge to give the boy anything he wanted. But most importantly, the urge to scratch at his skin was gone. It was replaced with this foreign longing. A slightly cold, mostly lukewarm foreign object is pressed against the scratch wounds on his neck. He looks down. The boy is pressing his crumpled-up water bottle against his neck. His big eyes crumple in concern, and his strawberry-pink lips pout even further. This should feel better, Oni-san. His heart clenches, not in a bad way. He's not having a heart attack. He's certain because he's not a chip-eating American who resides on the couch 24/7. It's a good feeling. It's a feeling that aches, but it leaves him wanting more. Like a good leg stretch, that almost leads to a calf cramp, but it never happens. Like when his MSTR brought him home frozen yogurt and he could not stop devouring the contents in the cardboard bowl. His brain ached, but he kept digging in for more frozen yogurt. Was this kid making him feel happy? He thought he had felt happy before, like when MSTR praised him during training, or when he had completed a task his MSTR had assigned him with no complications, or when he was allowed to watch TV as a reward for his good behavior. But those emotions were on a much lower scale than this. What were they called? Ah, dopamines. His dopamines had rushed in when the little broccoli boy called him Oni-san. But for some reason he felt a sense of déjà vu behind that dopamine rush. Oh well. You shouldn't scratch too hard. Why do you scratch, mister? It's not a rude question, like people ask him. EW. Why does your skin look like that? Disgust. You're so pale and your hair is white. You look like a ghost. Why? Disgust. Stay away from me, you monster. Why did God create a person with such a dangerous quirk? Disgust, fear, disbelief. No, it's not like any of those imbeciles' questions. It's full of genuine concern. He's only felt concern from this tiny boy in front of him. It feels good. It distracts me. The tiny tot's chubby cheeks flare up with even more air. He reaches into his brown cargo briefs pockets. He pulls out a neon green, anonymous plastic object. This distracts me, the boy squeaks out. He looks down at the plastic object. It's a tiny clear plastic tank with a neon plastic base. It has 2 yellow buttons, while the tank is filled with tiny hoops and an unknown clear liquid. You press the buttons, and it makes the water move, then you try to get the hoops on the pole. Huh, how fascinating. What is this? He manages to mumble out with curiosity. It's a game. I love it very, very, very much. Try it. The toddler excitedly squeaks out, watching the plastic object in the preteen's hands. He picks it up with 4 fingers, pressing the yellow plastic buttons with his calloused thumbs. The water shoots up in a stream, tiny air bubbles follow it. The colorful tiny rings follow the steam, moving around freely. He presses the left and right button in a sequence, desperate to get one of the cereal-resembling rings to land on the pole. A blue ring lands on the pole and his chapped lips form a smile from excitement. The urge to scratch is gone right now. The boy lets out a squeak from surprise, shock, fear? Who knows? Well, I have to go, Oni-san. You can have my game. But keep it safe for me, please. His expressive, green eyes crunch at him. He lets out a heart-wrenching smile, showing a few missing front and bottom teeth. Cute, he returns a small smile back. Wait, shrimp, what's your name? As the tiny legs run in the distance, he looks back and lets out another toothy grin. Izuku. Izuku. Was that his first name? As the boy gets lost from his field of vision, he grips onto the plastic game and smiles. By Izu-chan, he mumbles out. He cherishes the toy, he hides it under his pillow. He giggles and kicks his feet trying to land the colorful rings on the pole. He plays with the toy as a reward after training. The toy reminds him of Izu-chan, green, bright, and tiny. He lets no one touch Izu-chan's precious toy, not his assistants, not the fellow people in the villain group, not even his own caretaker. When he plays with the plastic toy, all his harmful urges vanish into thin air. It's like he's transported into his own carefree dimension. No heroes, no bad guys, no corruption, just water and colorful plastic rings. What are you doing? A deep voice calls from behind him. The 13-year-old sits up from his stomach, putting down the toy game. Those are quite outdated, huh? Would you like to play a more modern game? His emissary smiles at him. There's no concern nor happiness behind his gaze, not like Izu-chan. There's intent behind his gaze, but the preteen doesn't care, he just wants a game. Yes, yes please. You've been quite good, you deserve something. Just like that, the emissary leaves the room in an instant, not even sparing him a single glance. He comes back in less than 5 minutes, as expected of a high-crime villain boss. His buff arms carry a tiny, black bag. Lumpy contents try to poke out the tiny bag, but fail so he can only see the outline of the contents. MSTR pours the contents out onto the bed. There's a black rectangle with smaller blue and red rectangles attached to the ends of it. Unlike the plastic game Izu-chan had given him, the unknown object had multiple black buttons on it. There was no water in it, or colorful plastic rings. What was this rectangle even for? Before he could even ask the man in the expensive tuxedo suit leave the room, leaving him to answer his own curiosity. He presses one of the buttons and the black rectangle lights up. It takes a while for him to figure out, but it's one of the best experiences in life he's ever had. Much like the simple plastic game toy, the black rectangle transported him to another dimension. An ideal dimension for the preteen. There's no corrupt individuals, no fake heroes, no people judging him or making fun of him. It's just him, the joyful lyricless music that comes from the black rectangle, and the game that flashes a whole range of colors. He has to thank Aizu-chan for introducing this to him. But for the remaining years, the clear plastic water game lays resting on his bedstand. He keeps it there and cherishes it. It's a reminder of Aizu-chan. He rushes to the park after training with a tiny can of banana milk for Aizu-chan. Muscular, preteen legs run fast, fueled by the excitement of seeing his new friend. He spots the oversized cargo briefs that he was wearing a few days ago. The tiny human was on his tiptoes, struggling to reach the top of the park water fountain. Chubby hands clench onto the metal surface in an attempt to pull himself up, scrawny arms failing to do so. So, in an act of pity or amusement, he lifts the boy up with 4 fingers on each hand, letting him reach the spout dispenser of the water. Hey! Aizu-chan's compliant squeaks come to a halt as he turns around. Oh, it's you. Hi. Thank you for helping me. He lets out another toothy grin. Ain't adorable. The boy wiggles out of his 8-finger hold and stands to look at him. Izuku grabs the preteen's hands and drags him to the wooden park bench. They sit down with a plop and bask in the light from the summer sun. A tiny hand rubs over his neck, in a soothing manner. Your cuts are healing. The boy never fails to make his little black villain heart clench. Do you want to play with me? Kaken is at his after-school classes. He smiles and hands him the can of banana milk. Of course, Aizu-chan. You got this for me? And the preteen swears that there's sparkles and stars in the kid's eyes. Suddenly the tears that constantly well in his eyes spill over and he cries. Wait. What's wrong? Was the kid allergic to bananas? Was he lactose intolerant? He got him banana milk because he liked banana milk himself. Did he do something wrong? Oh God, oh God. Nothing. It's just He sniffles and wipes his snot-dripping nose before continuing on. No one ever gets anything. Only Kaken and his mommy. Not even my own mama gets me stuff. His heart aches for him. Can this kid stop tugging on his little black heartstrings for once? I'll get you as many as you want. He ruffles the soft green hair. Arlie, the sobs die down, pouting, trembling lips die down to a cute smile. Of course. They play with each other for half an hour, once every 1 or 2 weeks. Izuku always devours the vending machine drink he brings for him, like it's his first and last meal. Honestly, it seemed like it was his only meal. The skin was scrawny and short. The only fat he carried was the cute pouches of baby fat that lay on his cheeks. He was so skinny that his head looked massive in comparison to his body. He was delicate. He looked like one of those bobblehead figurines that people keep in their car. He looked like he could snap in half if a slight breeze pushed past him. He looked like he had toothpicks for limbs. The preteen notices so many things about little Izuku. For starters, the kid always had tears in his eyes, like they were threatening to spill away at any minor inconvenience. It looked like the kid would straight up sob if someone called him ugly, or he would sob if a gust of wind would push past him, or he would sob if someone stepped on his pinky toe. Also, Izuku always wore the same clothes. In his few months of playing with Aizu-chan, he's only seen 2 pairs of oversized cargo shorts and 3 oversized hoodies. It's not hard to count, there's so little amount of clothing he wears anyways. He alternates the clothing: brown shorts with a red hoodie, cream-colored shorts with a red hoodie, brown shorts with a green hoodie, cream-colored shorts with a green hoodie, brown shorts with a black hoodie, cream-colored shorts with a black hoodie. He can count all the articles of clothing and their combinations with his 2 hands. The boy seemed to have no family, poor thing. He always talked about this friend he had, Kaken, Izuku called him. When he talked about this friend, stars and sparkles appeared in his eyes, the same stars and sparkles when he gave him sugary beverages, or the same stars and sparkles in his eyes when they played games on his Nintendo Switch in the park. But when he talked about his mom, the only family he's mentioned, the stars and sparkles died down. He remembers a question 8-year-old Izuku asked him. It leaves a hole in his mind, a hole that's constantly filled and occupied, because when he's 19 he thinks and reflects on why it's so effed up. He realizes that Aizu-chan had to endure such horrible things this innocent child had to go through. Hey you. I have a question. Izuku twiddles his thumbs together, looking down at his hands. Yeah, what's up, shrimp? If you had a big brother, a really strong one, but he left you alone, and your mama's really mean. But he left to become a hero. But he hasn't saved you yet. Do you think he's going to come back? The teen, no longer preteen aged 14, stays silent in shock. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that Izuku is talking about himself, despite the way he delivered it. Actually, anyone with an IQ of over 50 can realize that he's talking about himself. But when he's 14 he doesn't realize exactly how effed up everything is. He knows that it's effed up, but he didn't know to what extent. Playing oblivious, he decides to question Izuku. How is this person's mama mean? The tiny boy twiddles his thumbs more frantically. She hits him a lot, and she's never home, and she says a lot of mean things, and she says potty words. Like sheet. Potty word, he gasps out, in genuine shock. The teenager chuckles. Come here. The hag is looking for you, an angry voice calls out in the background. He squeaks in surprise. I have to go. Bye. Before he sprints off, tiny hands clasp onto his dry, slender ones. He looks down shyly. Can you bring more of that drink next time we play? He shyly asks, body portraying shame and modesty. Of course. Izuku is sacrificing his time and energy to make him happy, and he does it so willingly. Despite being a child, he takes care of him like no other. Izuku gives him something he's never had before. He would get anything for Izuku. If Izuku would ask for it, his capable villain hands would find a way to gift it to him one way or another. If the boy were to ask for planet Earth, he would find a way. He was a capable teenager after all. He would find a way to present it on a silver platter, garnished with fresh lemons and herbs. But since Izuku is so nice and generous, he only asks for vending machine beverages. I am waiting. His chubby freckled cheeks flare up in a smile. Bye ##### Innocent. He softly waves back. Bye shrimp. The next day his MS tier, ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### He ponders on why he would ask to talk to him. Fighting? Training? Until? It couldn't be, he was excelling in all and more. His emissary has been staring at him behind his back, he probably thinks he doesn't know, but oh does he know. The older man's eyes constantly bore holes into the back of his head with unreadable, dull eyes. It's like an eagle watching over his prey, watching its every move, waiting to go in for the kill. What is the kill? He doesn't know, nor does he have a theory. He's playing with the digital game his emissary had bought for him. The trashy pop music softly blasts throughout the silent, plain room. There's a knock at his door. It's firm and quick. 3 knocks gets the job done for the person behind the door. There's no, "Can I come in?" or "Coming in." No. It's just 3 knocks and the person on the other side of the door politely barges in. "You've been distracted," his emissary declares. "Oh, didn't know myself. Thanks for telling me hashtag. His emissary looks unamused. Those dull, unreadable eyes keep glaring at him. The tall, muscular, suited man walks up to him. And quickly and harshly, he slaps the teenager. Smack dead on his face. It's nothing he's never felt before. He's felt worse. Being stabbed, punched, bones being broken, muscles being torn, but he hisses in pain. Like first instinct, he places his hand on his cheek to aid and soothe the stinging flesh on his face. "You think this is funny? When did I ever imply that I found this funny hashtag. Please, tell me, what did I ever do wrong? Your loyal and dedicated heir. The boy." "What boy?" "The tiny green runt that you spend time with at the park." "Don't call him that." A smack sound echoes throughout the room, another hit to the face. "I may call such a being whatever I please. You've been distracted all the time." "So what? I've been doing nothing wrong." For the first time since he's met Izuku, He throws a tantrum, stomping his feet and scratching at any skin that's uncovered by clothing. You've been distracted. You need to pull your head in the game, think for once. You will be second in command, potential leader of this league. You mustn't stray further from the path I so painfully carved for you. I ban you from seeing the boy. What? His whole world stops spinning, it's like he's been factory reset. You may not talk to him. For the first time since his MSTR has taken him under his wing, he cries. But he can't argue for some reason, it's like someone's pressed his factory reset button. Hashtag smirks, unamused eyes fill with intent. Okay fine, since I'm so generous, you may see him once you kill the symbol of peace, All Might. We were planning to anyway. He smirks, while the teen stays expressionless. He still watches Izuku, but from a distance. MSTR said he was banned from talking to him, so technically he's following orders. He loves a good loophole. The week after the argument, he watches Izuku waddle to the park bench from the building rooftop, with a handful of picked flowers in his hand. The kid lets out a confused chirp, looking around on the bench for his white-haired teenager friend. It breaks his heart. Everything about it pulls his little villain heartstrings, from the way he waddles around calling out his name to the way he pouts and looks down at his tiny feet. All he wants to do is jump down from the rooftop and join him, play a few digital games with him, admire the flowers Izuku had most likely picked for him, play tag or hide and seek with him. But he can't. He wants to, but he can't for some reason. It's like someone's controlling his brain with a remote every time he decides whether or not to jump down and talk to the boy. He wants to disobey orders, he wants it so bad, but he can't for some reason. Some anonymous, invisible source is stopping him. After 2 hours, the famous Kaken grabs his hands and wipes his tears with a handkerchief from his pocket. Kaken says something he can't hear because of the distance between them. But suddenly his sniffles die down, and he walks back to the bench and places the handful of flowers into the wooden bench. The much taller, blonde kid grabs his hand and drags him to an expensive white car with a brown-haired man in it. As soon as the car leaves, he jumps down skillfully, landing on his feet. He grabs the assortment of wildflowers and shoves them in his hoodie pocket. Then he rushes home. Once a month he leaves a can of banana milk on the bench for him. He always takes it with a smile, looking around at his surroundings to see if he can spot the teen. For the next few years, the flowers lay in a plastic container of water next to the green water game Izuku had given him. He barely watches Izuku these days, more like stalks anymore, due to him being busy from training and running the group of villains. But not a day goes by where he doesn't think about him. He constantly lays in bed, staring at the wilted flowers and the plastic toy. When he's 20, he thinks deep and hard about what Izuku had told him. How old would Izuku be now? 15? But he thinks of what Izuku had told him one day, and it dawned on him how effed up everything was. Is it normal for your mama's friends to touch you down there? Disgusting, he wasn't even 10 yet. Is it normal for your mama to hit you? Horrible, he was just a child. My brother left me with mama, but he's a hero now. Isn't that cool? Do you ever think he'll come back for me? Unbearable, a child had to endure that. Of course he had a family member that was a hero, the disguised scum of society. They prance around in their expensive, undeserved, blood-stained clothes, the bloodshed of the ones wronged by society. The very exact individuals wronged by them, the heroes themselves. He found it so hypocritical. The same scumbags who claimed to be the saviors of this society only harmed the people at the bottom of the society. Some hero Izuku's brother was. He couldn't even save his own brother. Was it because he had no quirk? Most likely, and that's what set him off the most. Such an innocent child, who'd done no harm, only good. A child who went out of his way to help others only got harmed in the process. Such a good person had to endure Satan's torture. It wasn't fair, but this world was never fair for people like him and Izuchan. So he swears, in his villain career, that he hates Izuku's hero brother. He swears that he would find him and make him pay for leaving him all alone in the cruel world, but All Might first, then the second Aizawa brother. It's a fairly calm day when he decides to check up on Izuku. He squints and stares at the red numbers on the digital clock. It's dismissal time for Izuku. He knows the path that Izuku takes home, so finding him would be an easy task. He walks out the door, ignoring the people asking him where he's going. He runs stealthily to the path Izuku takes home, then he quickly spots him. It's not hard to spot him, he has such distinguishable features anyway. It doesn't help that his obnoxious red shoes basically glow every time he walks. Over the years, Izuku's grown into his features perfectly. He's cute, so cute that it hurts sometimes. He looks like those elves in the games he plays, or the fairy princess you're supposed to rescue at the top of the tower. Izuku looks like one of those mythical creatures. It's almost as if the atmosphere glows around him. He hears a group of teenage boys yelling and laughing at him. Still staying behind Izuku, he decides to investigate. A group of boys in a different school uniform as him stand in front of him, quirks flaring up, intent behind their eyes. Come on, dollface. Just lift up your shirt, don't worry your pretty little head about it. No. Izuku squeaks out, pulling down at his black school uniform shirt. Hell no, not on his watch. He stands far behind Izuku, still making sure he's in the teenage boy's sights. Who's this? He picks up a pebble on the ground, he takes off his gloves and uses his quirk on the pebble. All the teenage menaces scream and run away, not even bothering to look at Izuku as they run, breathes threatening to fall off as they run for their life. Good, the brickhead's got his unspoken message. Ha! Izuku looks around, but before he can spot him, he's gone from his sight. The middle schooler sniffles, grabs his dropped books and stumbles home. Just for good measure, he follows him home. He gets home slowly but safely. But as soon as he starts to leave the Aizawa household yard, he hears the yelling of a woman, then the sound of glass breaking. He frantically runs to the window to see what's going on. A tall, skinny woman with pin-straight green hair is throwing a cheap beer bottle at him. She yells at him once more before leaving Izuku laying on the floor, bleeding, crying in a fetal position. The words of toddler Izuku come back to him. Do your mama's friends ever touch you down there? Disgusting. Does your mama hit you? Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. There and then he decides it, the beach needs to die. Inko Aizawa needs to die. He plans it by himself, it's easy. Run the beach over, burn the car, make it look like an accident. It's easy, in theory. Make it look like an accident, burn the evidence, walk away. He disables the little security cameras around him and brings his partners in crime with him. He waits in the stolen car, then they spot her. Drunk, stumbling like a newborn animal, looking effing stupid with her bubblegum pink lipstick smeared all over her face. Her ankles roll as she stumbles in her cheap gray rhinestone-covered heels, tacky night purple dress riding up her pale thighs as she stumbles in her cheap tacky HKR outfit. He smirks, then presses on the pedal, going full speed. The alcohol in her system fails her cognitive functions, as she only notices the car milliseconds before it hits her. She doesn't move, she only stares at the car, like a deer in the headlights. She falls from the impact of the car, screaming from pain. They get out of the car quickly. Hashtag burn it. My pleasure. His partner in crime flares up his quirk, then there's blue flames surrounding the car and the woman on the floor. He grabs a glass bottle, throwing it hard over her head, her screams die down and her pupils roll to the back of her head, soon only the whites of her eyes are seen. He'd return the favor. He had just done what the heroes could never do. One Aizawa down, one left to go. Days later he's planning an attack on UA High School, some rescue training bullshit. Young Monsieur, I should let you know about the heroes who will be present during the attack. He hands a stack of papers to him, and at the front there's something that stands out to him. Aizawa Shouta, hero name, Eraserhead. Bingo, the last Aizawa. Maybe he can teach the BSTRD a lesson. He had originally planned to come for All Might, but this was the cherry on top. Let's kill two birds with one stone, he smirks. I've been getting multiple comments that upset me honestly. I had to delete some comments demanding that I should update more frequently. I understand your frustration, but I have a life outside of this fan fiction. I will update once, maybe twice a week. Please think before commenting this. Also, I saw a few comments about the content of this fan fiction that I had to delete. The tags clearly state that there's implied RPE and substance abuse. If you don't like it, please don't read it. The comments were calling me sick for writing this, and it honestly bums me out. I do not support any of these things. If you read past chapter 3 then you would know I'm against it. I'm not sexualizing/romanticizing. And before you call me some shitty insult you have to take into consideration that I'm a human. You don't know what I've been through behind the screen. Don't say that I'm romanticizing or sexualizing such topics. This is fanfiction. If you want to complain about how fed up everything is, just get off this website, because there's stuff 100x worse than this fanfiction on here. I enjoy writing this and I enjoy the people who enjoy reading it. Please don't ruin this for me by commenting these things. I actually like writing this story. Tie for all those who supported me. The next update will be in 2 to 3 days. Tie for reading this disclaimer. Izuku grabbed the phone from Shouta's hands, quickly bolting out the room. He was about to chase after his little brother, but a pale hand tugged on the ankles of his breathes. "Don't go, Shouta," Hisashi, his fiancé, said. There was a different tone in his voice, one he rarely ever heard. Despite being a complex man, Hisashi displayed a short range of emotion. Happiness, which he displayed the most, boredom, which he often displayed when Shouta was busy doing paperwork, and anger, which he barely displayed. Shouta remembers one of the rare times Hisashi displayed his anger. They were in high school and an upperclassman had called him a homophobic slur in front of his face. Shouta really didn't care what others said about him, so it didn't really bother him. But as soon as Hisashi heard the 6-letter curse word, he replaced his usual happy grin with a never-seen displeased scowl. Hisashi went up to the upperclassman, spat on him, then punched him hard on the face. He continued to punch the taller upperclassman, yelling uncountable 4-letter curse words. The look on his face was never one that Nemuri, Oboro, or Shouta had seen. The expression on his face wasn't happiness or boredom, it was unfiltered rage. Nemuri had to use her quirk to knock the both of them out, before the upperclassman would lose all his teeth and before Hisashi would end up in jail for manslaughter. From that day all of them had sworn to avoid making him mad, because when Hisashi was mad he saw red. But the expression on his fiancé's face was different? It wasn't rage nor happiness. Was it something different? It was an expression similar to the expression Kaminari would make after receiving his test back, or the expression Minato would make after talking to a female classmate, or the expression he would make after seeing the class average. Was it disappointment? He was never good with emotions, it made him feel like an a-hole. When someone would be crying about something he would just sit there, silent and saying nothing. "Why did you stop me?" "Because you can't just force everything to go your way, Shouta." Shouta was confused. "You're the one who suggested this." "Not to this extent." The sound of the front door slamming shut echoed through the house, effectively interrupting them. "Great," he mumbles out, plans of chasing his little brother ruined. "Honestly, Hisashi buries his face into his bony hands, shaking his head. "What?" Shouta was irritated, beyond irritated. He doesn't understand why Hisashi won't tell him directly what he did wrong. "Are you his brother or his parents?" "Jesus Christ!" The blonde yells. "Your relationship with him is the worst it could possibly be. What were you thinking, mother henning him like that?" "Well, someone had to do something." "Well, someone could have pulled off that something better," Hisashi yells. He just looks exhausted. "What would you know? You never had any siblings," Shouta yells out, irritation turning into frustration. "Well, what would you know? You were never there for your sibling." Hisashi suddenly goes pale, color draining from his face, mouth gaping open. The sound of a slap echoes throughout the guest bedroom. Hisashi slaps his palm over his mouth. Shouta just looks shell-shocked. "Wait, I'm so sorry, Suddenly Shouta is silently crying, tears getting caught in his facial hair. "No, you're right," he bends over, pulling his knees to his chest for comfort. "All I needed was one more person to tell me. I didn't mean it. It was just the heat of the moment." Hisashi rubs his fiancé's back, soothing him like a mother would. "That Bakugo kid was there for him for longer than I was," he yells out, pulling at his hair from frustration. "Well, it's not your fault. It's not like you could go back there." "Yes, I could. What would Inko do?" float a knife towards me. Hisashi stays silent, unable to come up with a comeback. I never checked up on him. Not even a mail letter or anything. What if your mother found it? It's not like you could prance back in there without him getting hurt. Hisashi desperately tries to reassure Shouta, who's clinging onto a single thread. Don't call that beach my mother. He snarls out. But every day I ask myself why I didn't do anything. Why didn't I just walk back into that house and take him back? Inko could never do anything, Shouta whines, desperate for an answer, any answer. Because you were scared, Shouta. That woman manipulated you and abused you for 18 years. It doesn't matter if she had the weakest quirk in the world if she had All Might's quirk. But all the evidence was there. Shouda's hand slaps his fiancé's hand off his back. Why are you even defending me? Why are you on my side? I'm your fiancé, Shou. There are no sides to this situation. Well, would you defend me if I wasn't your fiancé, if I was a stranger? Hisashi sighs. You know what? Maybe I wouldn't, but I'm defending you because I know you. You had a reason why you couldn't go there. You think I'm a horrible person, right? Even Bakugo thinks so. Shouta looks at the ground. Enough of this, Shouta. Right now I could care less if you were All Might or a villain. All that matters right now is your brother. And that Bakugo kid has no right to decide who's horrible. Oh, I thought I was doing the wrong thing, Hisashi. Why don't you tell me what's best? Maybe don't go through his stuff before repairing your relationship with him. Hisashi smacks his hips with his hands from frustration. He was being dishonest. I say we take away his phone. You said not to sugarcoat things. He's not a student, Shouta. You can't treat him like that. Smoke practically fuming from Hisashi's nostrils and ears. Well, Shouta tries to argue, frustrated with Hisashi. Enough. There's been enough yelling for today, even for me. I'm going grocery shopping for dinner. I'm sure Izuku would like to come home to a nice happy household. Hisashi walks out and slams the guest bedroom door, mumbling something about being fed up with Shouta's sheet. Shouta doesn't even try to stop him, eyes raking up and down through the crack of the door to spot Hisashi. He looks down at the massive wad of cash in his hand, held together by a thin RBB band that's on the verge of snapping. The bank note at the top of the stack is a 10,000 yen bill. He decides to see how much there actually is. His left thumb graces the stack of money, flipping through it like a deck of cards. While flipping, he can see 5,000 yen notes, the occasional 10,000 notes peeking through every once in a while. Shouta thinks of what Izuku said. I'm poor and you're rich. Well, that was more than true. He and his fiancée juggled 5 jobs, 5 well-paying jobs on top of that. Shouta was many things, but a fool he wasn't. From thrift store bin shirts to designer button-ups, cardboard microwave meals to homemade organic ones, from ragged shoes with holes to designer dress shoes and sportswear, from looking under the vending machine for dropped change to telling the cashier to keep the change. He wasn't stupid, he knew there was a major difference. He thought of the times where he had to split the cardboard microwave meal, saving the other half for tomorrow. Or the times where he had to superglue the holes of his shoes shut. If he had hated living how he did in his mother's household, how would have Izuku felt? The stack of money was enough for groceries for a month. The wave of immense guilt crashed into him. His brother, very poor little brother, the brother he never financially helped, had probably just given him his monthly salary. Shouta was the definition of rags to riches, while his brother just remained rags to rags. He couldn't accept the money, not in these circumstances. Shouta pulled his wallet out of his pocket, pulling out a few bank bites of his own, adding them to the stack of cash. He bit his lip and shoved the stack of money back into the bedside drawer. But as soon as he walked back from the bedside drawer, the open backpack was glaring at him. Would he find an explanation for whatever was going on? The words of Bakugo flashed through his mind. There's something up with that job he's got. He keeps saying that he's a waitress, but I know he's lying. Someone's hurting him and I can't give any help. Someone's hurting him, someone's hurting his little brother, and he doesn't know. His calloused hand reaches to take the backpack, but then he remembers what Hisashi said. Are you his brother or his parents? The fact that someone was hurting Izuku was painful. But the fact that he, Izuku's own elder brother, the one that he was supposed to protect, was one of the people that had hurt him. But the fact that more people were hurting Izuku motivated him to grab the backpack and look through more of it. With shaky hands, he opens the front pocket of the backpack. He closes his eyes for a while, like he's a blushing virgin maiden who's seeing another woman's ankles for the first time. It feels like he's looking at something forbidden. "You're a man, not some little boy, Shouta," he reassures himself, body filling with false confidence. Opening the front pocket with his pointer finger and thumb, it opens with a zip sound. He reaches his hand in, searching for anything to pull out. Multiple anonymous items clash around in the front pocket. Like reaching in a mystery bag, he grabs something and pulls out. He sees the item he pulls out and immediately regrets it. A purple, metallic, shiny line of condoms glare at him. Shouta immediately throws it across the room with a shout. He does not want to think about his brother using those. Was he having sex at 15? Jesus Christ, he really needed to have a talk with him. Deciding to search more of the backpack, he dumps the rest of the contents out onto the bed. More breath mints fall onto the bed with a plop. Shouta observes the spilled contents of the backpack. There's vanilla strawberry body spray, cherry chapstick, makeup that Shouta does not know the name of, folded sticky notes, and a crumpled up tiny shirt. He untangles the shirt, greeted by the sight of the skimpy article of clothing. It looks like the shirts of the women his father would bring home. It looks like the shirt his mother would wear with a sad excuse of a miniskirt. It looks like a shirt that one of his father's prostitutes would wear. Was Izuku wearing this? Why did he have this? Shouta had tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe Izuku was emo, maybe he wore the fishnet shirt under clothing, maybe it wasn't his? Izuku was the prettier of the two, the one who had won the genetic. Their mother was constantly praised for her beauty and her youthful appearance. While his father was naturally handsome, the type of handsome that made people treat him differently. With parents that looked like Vogue supermodels, it would be impossible for Izuku to be born ugly. And the fact people were calling him doll face and other degrading names in these sticky notes disturbed him. But anyone without the mere monkey IQ of 50 could put things together. The condoms, the sticky notes with phone numbers and messages like, "Call me doll face. Text me later, spend the money on something nice. You were amazing. Best night ever." The skimpy clothing in his backpack, it's obvious what field of work his brother was working in. He wanted to be wrong, he wanted to ignore the red flags that were glaring at him, but everything was so obvious, and that's what broke Shouda's heart. Would Izuku be doing this if Shouta had come back into his life? And no matter how much Shouta could argue, it was true. Izuku wouldn't have been doing this work if Shouta had been in his life. The waves of guilt became too overwhelming. Waves of guilt became a whole body of water that consumed and drowned him with guilt. It gave him a headache, made his chest ache, made him shiver. It gave him the effects of the worst fever he ever had. The effects of his guilt make him drunk and woozy. Deciding he needs to go to sleep early, the rescue training was tomorrow anyway, he shoves the rest of the contents back into Izuku's bag. He walks to his room and cries himself to sleep, but when he wakes up in the middle of the night, Hisashi is nowhere to be seen in their shared king-sized bed. He walks to the kitchen, feeling hungover from the alcohol name's guilt, and turns on the kitchen light for a glass of water. He squints at the neon red numbers of the digital clock. 1:23 a.m. it read. As he walks back to bed, he sees his fiancé sleeping on the living room couch in the dim light of the refrigerator. Even more guilt hits him. Katsuki would like to think he's an intelligent individual. Why? Because the events in life had proven so. Pop quizzes? Assignments? Plus grade. Not to mention he does basically all the math for his parents' business expenses. His dad blamed it on being tired, and the hag saying that such a appealing frail lady shouldn't exhaust herself, saying that as she jogs, maximum speed on her treadmill. So yeah, he's pretty FING smart. So when Izuku doesn't text him back, he knows something is up. It's probably that old man's fault, and his himbo klutz fiancé. Me? Are you okay, Izuku? Me? I'll kill you, call me as soon as you see this. Something is wrong, he can feel it. It's like when mothers say they have a motherly instinct, a gut feeling. Katsuki calls it his Deku sense. It's an affectionate name, and 97% of the time his Deku sense is right. Like when his Deku sense told him something was wrong with Izuku when he was at his after-school classes, He rushed to Izuku and found him getting harassed by some upperclassmen. Or when Katsuki went to the washroom in kindergarten and rushed back to the classroom because his Deku sense went off, he didn't even wash his hands. And the kids were taking his crayon when he came back. And every time he would help Izuku, Izuku would cry into his chest and hug him. "I'm sorry, Kaken," Izuku would always sob out. "No, Deku, don't apologize. I'm sorry that everyone treats you like this." He would kiss his forehead and run his calloused fingers through his green hair. Izuku, the boy who made him cute lunchboxes, the boy who would always help others, the boy who was at the top of his class, the boy who went out of his way to defend others, the boy that was too kind for his own heart, the boy whose worth was valued of less than an animal in this society. In conclusion, his Deku sense is accurate, and he always trusts it. So that's why he's in class early today, to give that old man Satan's wrath. "Mina, get off my desk. Sit on an actual chair." "Nope. You can sit on my desk." "Get your face-sitting fantasies out of here, Mineta. I know what you're gonna do with your desk if I sit on it." "Yeah, I'm gonna lick." "Get your F-shittiest XL fantasies out of here, Grapeface." No one wants to hear it. It's too early for this FNG sheet. He did not wake up early, run to catch the train, for him to hear about his dumbass classmate's case. "Come on, Bakugo. Everyone, can we not talk about this in school?" The old geezer snarls out, coffee mug in one hand, blue binder accompanying the other hand. He glares at Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa just sighs. Who does this geezer think he is? He just ignored Katsuki Bakugo. Top student at Aldra Middle School. Middle school spelling bee winner. Aizawa Izuku's best friend. The FNG amazing guy with an amazing quirk. He was ignoring him. How could he? He doesn't even spare a single glance at him, not even a quick glance. Instead, his teacher just sighs, sipping on his coffee mug. He looks like FNG sheet, must have had a rough night. He just stands there, looking like a stupid mess, uncombed hair, even darker eye bags, red veins rising from his eyes, greasy hair. He looks hungover. Free block. Use this time to study silently. Aizawa walks back to his desk, ignoring him. No FANG way. Yays and Ories fill the classroom. This loser was ignoring everything in the room today. No FING way, not on his watch. Katsuki ball up a scrap piece of math homework, aiming it at Aizawa's head. Aizawa looks up at him, fed up. "Sorry, teach, musta missed the trash," he smirks, obvious FNG lie. The trash can was sitting on the other side of the room. Then Aizawa glances at him. Perfect, goal achieved. But the glare wasn't filled with rage, irritation, annoyance nor anger. Aizawa-sensei just looked tired. Now that Katsuki looked closer, tears were welling in his eyes. Like Izuku, the tears that welled in his eyes constantly threatened to spill out at any minor inconvenience. Hues of purple and browns lay painted under his eyes to form the worst pair of eye bags he'd ever seen in his 15 years of life. His skin was dehydrated and dry, the skin on his lips alike, peeling and flaking off. What seemed like cups of grease were in his unruly black hair, and the sad excuse of facial hair was unkempt and unshaven. He looked as if he had aged 20 years overnight, wrinkles and smile lines cut deep on his face. The tip of his nose was cherry red, while his lips were paper pale. Because Katsuki has common sense, not because he's a genius, he realizes that Aizawa must have had a bad night. Did it have to do with Izuku? Did they argue for some reason? If that old man had hurt Izuku in any way, he swear he would. As Sai interrupts him, the teacher picks up the crumpled ball of paper and brings it to the trash. And without sparing Katsuki a single glance, he sits back at his desk and hides his face in his arms. "Oh, what's wrong with Aizawa-sensei?" "I don't know, man. Mind your own business, Kaminari." "Chill. I'm not doing anything wrong." Katsuki can hear the distant murmur of a small handful of people talking about Aizawa-sensei. Does he feel bad? No, that BSTRD deserves to have uncountable sleepless nights. All he wants to know is what happened to Izuku, and he's gonna figure it out by the end of the day. Bakugo Katsuki is a capable 15-year-old after all. So after what seemed like hours in class, drawing stick figures of him and Izuku on his English assignment, folding paper fortune tellers out of sticky notes, staring at the wallpaper of his phone which is him and Izuku, DMN near ripping his ears out after hearing what his classmates talk about. Class is finally done. Soon God would reward him for his patience, for putting up with everyone's bullshit. The sharp sound of the bell rings so beautifully, like it's the angels singing for Katsuki himself. Aizawa-sensei walks out of class, posture of a hunchback, carrying an empty mug of coffee in one hand and a stack of documents in the other. His classmates push past him, eager to get out of class and into whatever barbaric hooligan antics they plan on committing, so now his teacher was far away from him. He pushes his classmates back, eager to get back to the front of the crowd where he belongs. Whoa man! What's the rush? Shitty Hair tries making a conversation with him, ignored right away. What a sourpuss, Pinksit whines. He sees the back of his teacher's head, the greasy, uncombed, ugly head. He's so close yet so far, separated by the sea of sweaty teenagers. Like Moses, Katsuki parts the sea of sweaty teenagers, pushing past them, shoving them away, despite all of their insults and protests. His teacher is taking a left, but Katsuki's still stuck parting the sea of hormonal hooligans. He decides. Move you dipshits, he yells out, and everyone immediately moves, fueled by the fear of being struck by the rage of a developing teenager. Eventually he catches up to Aizawa, after a lot of pushing, screaming, running and yelling. Yes, Bakugo, he flatly replies, unreadable emotions hiding behind his voice. What did you do to Izuku, old man? He's not replying to my text, he snarled out. Look, I get that you're concerned. But you shouldn't poke your nose around in me and Izuku's business. And I honestly don't know, to answer your question. Shut the f up. Who do you think you are? And what the f, do you mean you don't know? The bells of an alarm ring. It's not the heavenly trill of the class dismissal bell, no. It's an annoying, repetitive bell. Lights flash a bright harsh red, flashing on and off. Then yells erupt throughout the school, echoing out through all the highways. Sheet! Aizawa hisses, seeming to not care that he just cussed in front of a student. What the f is going on? Security breach. Aizawa quickly interrupts him. Katsuki's mask of his smug and unbothered personality almost breaks, almost crack up into little pieces and crumble to the floor in dust. But it doesn't, he's not a baby. So what do we do now? Just shut up for a second, Aizawa hisses out, slapping his hand over the blonde's mouth. He pulls his phone out of his back pocket, typing in his password with one hand, the other hand still covering Katsuki's mouth. He grips the jet black phone case encrusted around the expensive model phone, letting out a sigh of relief. Everything will be fine. Midnight just says it's probably the media. The mask is completely back on and Katsuki spits on his hand. You effing stink, old man. Get your nasty hand off me. Aizawa looks down at his hand and immediately frowns in disgust, wiping his hands on his legs, treating the black sweatpants like a napkin. Shouta, are you okay there? The voice of Kiyama-sensei echoes in the background. All good. Aizawa replies, still wiping his hands on the fabric of his breathes. We ain't done with this convo, you be. Yes, we are, Bakugo. Don't try concerning yourself with this, Aizawa says in the pitter-pattering of heels crescendoing in volume. BDSM beach hero lady grabs him by the arm, pressing her cleavage against his arm in the process as they walk away. And Katsuki can only stare and anger as they walk away. Rough hands grab at his shoulder, startling him. What the fuck? Bakubro, you good? I've been calling your name for a while now. Katsuki stays silent, still shell-shocked from what his teacher had told him. Bakugo! Bakugo! Bakubro! The hands on his shoulder clench him, pinching the skin on his shoulders. What? He yells out, beyond annoyed. The thing that Aizawa said yesterday about the rescue training thing. We got a lineup, man. I would have forgotten about it, because of the security breach and everything, but Ida reminded everyone. You weren't with us, so I went looking for you. Oh. You okay, man? Shitty Hair asks, full of genuine concern. Yeah, just drop it. Shitty Hair's eyebrows furrow in concern. You sure? Drop it. Katsuki says firmly he's not gonna talk to some dumbass about his concerns, like his 40 IQ hooligan, but would understand anyway. Come on, let's change into our hero gear. Everyone's probably outside already, bro. They walk in silence to the locker room. The walk is filled with tension, the occasional snicker from Katsuki, as he sees shoes laid across the hallway where most of the students had been during the security breach. He might have even spotted a sock or two. In the locker room, Shitty Hair tries to make conversation with him. Sheet like, "How was your day?" or, "What's up?" to which Katsuki only glared at him. He puts on his arm gauntlets, wiggling his arms to fit them on. "Whoa dude, those are sick. They look like grenades. Who designed them?" "Shitty High," Kirishima asks as he buckles the belt of his baggy briefs. Izuku had designed them, drew them in his notebook with his cute little pink pom-pom pen and everything. Bottom lip being chewed from concentration. "Kaken, look. For your future hero costume." Middle school Katsuki stares at the drawing, then smiles. "That's really impressive, Deku. You even wrote the functions and everything." "They looky." Izuku smiles from the praise, cheeks flushing a cherry blossom pink, "Fucking adorable." "It's not that much, Kaken," Izuku replies, turning his face away to hide his blush, hands rubbing at the back of his neck. "No, I'm serious, Deku. You could get into U today with these. Those fuckers are gonna eat up all your designs." It's not a lie, Izuku was insanely talented in design. He had taken no classes on costume or gear design, only watching short YouTube videos in his free time. But he was insanely FING talented, like a freaky level of talented. Izuku had a notebook filled with gear he had designed for heroes, with the functions, designs, and everything else. Every time Izuku had shown him the book, he was seriously enamored by his talent. Izuku had turned a $1 notebook into a $1 million book, with his own hands, with his cheap little pens. And that's what blew Katsuki's mind every time he thought of it. "You really think they would accept someone like me?" "I wouldn't even dream of it," Izuku said, blush fading away. The fact that Izuku was probably right made Katsuki so mad. Izuku held a book probably worth millions of dollars in his hand, and he would probably never gain anything from it because of his quirk status. It made him FNG rage. "It's okay, Kaken." Izuku quickly shoved the straw of his apple juice carton in his mouth, in an attempt to calm down his growing rage. He hums, sking up some of the sweet apple nectar. "Promise you'll at least consider it, Deku?" Katsuki says, pulling the straw out of his mouth, handing the box of juice back to him. "One day, Kaken, maybe one day," they both smile. And when it's time for everyone to design costumes, he shoves the ripped-out page from Izuku's notebook, shoving it in the support department girl's hand. But many good things have to come to an end, Izuku's dreams being one of them. But maybe he can fix everything for Izuku. "My friend designed them," he flatly replies, not wanting to dwell more in the past. "Oh cool. This friend of yours must be really awesome to design such a thing." "Yeah, he's really fucking awesome," Katsuki says with a small smile. Shitty Hair seems to see the smile because he smirks. He realizes that he had been smiling, quickly replacing the smile with his usual frown. "Well, let's go." They walk outside, quickly greeted by the faces of their hero-in-training classmates. And Robot Legs yells something about lining up in an orderly fashion. Jesus Christ. Why does this freak talk like he's a medieval poet 24/ he can hear the distant chatter of gossip from the girls in the class. He probably has a girlfriend. I mean, look at that face. If his personality wasn't unbearable, then I would totally go for him. But I mean, some girls are into that type of personality. No way. What girl would be into that kind of thing? I agree with you, Rarika-san. I may ask, watch girls. What are they talking about? Why are they staring at him? Suddenly Pink Beach runs up to him, a shitty grin plastered onto her face. "Hey Bakugo," she says, hands resting on her swaying hips. "What?" Bakugo spits out, already annoyed for some reason. "Do you have a girlfriend?" "No, the F-dash? Women are so annoying anyway." So are you like a misogynist?" "No, girls are just fucking annoying. Why would I want to get all mushy with one anyway?" Pink Sheet smiles. "Oh, so you're gay." Everyone stares at them, eyes bulging out of their head. He feels flustered. He'd never really wanted to date a woman. When his classmates had brought porno magazines to school, he just found it repulsive. He found women and girls pretty, like his mother, or Izuku's mother, but there was one person he found even prettier. Oh come on Mina, that's rude for anyone to ask, Ponytail says, stepping next to Pink Sheet. What? Why you digging into my business? Do me a favor and look in the mirror for more than 10 seconds and you tell me why women are so effing annoying. She gasps, then starts complaining about how she's classmates with a misogynist a-hole. He can't tell if she's joking or not. She walks away with her gal pals, arms crossed, pout planted onto her face. Come on man. Why would you say that? Kirishima asks Katsuki as they step into the air-conditioned bus. Why don't you say that to Alien Girl and her girl gang, Shitty Hair? We have names. Shitty Hair throws his arms up in frustration as he plops onto the leather-covered cushioned seats of the bus. Oh my bad, didn't know. He's fed up with this. He just wants to go home, text Izuku, maybe play some games with him. He pulls out his phone, staring at the phone wallpaper. Katsuki had cropped his face out of the wallpaper, because who the F has a picture of themselves as their wallpaper? That's a new level of narcissism that he would never stoop down to. He has Izuku as his wallpaper for a few reasons, mostly because Izuku was pretty, too pretty for Katsuki's weak little black heart, and also they rarely hung out anymore, main reason still being Izuku's prettiness. The picture is a picture of them holding hands in the arcade Polaroid machine. Izuku's wearing the sweater that the old hag had designed for him, gushing about how cute he was. Oh my baby, you look so pretty. The old hag was always weird, acting like Izuku was her long-lost second son while he would stand right in front of her. Oh, God. Who is that on your wallpaper Bakugo? Mina squeals. He looks up from the screen and realizes that basically everyone was staring at his phone. He's so pretty. Totes the prettiest person I've ever seen. Mina says, her obnoxious teenage girl accent emphasized. Literally. I'm jealous, Gravity Girl sighs, looking over his shoulder, looking at the phone wallpaper. F-O-F-F. Shoving his headphones into his ears to cancel out all the murmuring of people talking about his best friend. As he looked at the moving scenery out of the window, he asked himself, where are you Deku? Please stop. Painful pleas become incoherent sobbed muffles through the dimly lit room. Everything hurts, his mouth, from screaming and crying, his legs, from being pulled by unknown men, his arms, from the pricks of needles meeting his arms every time he protests, his wrists, from the rough rope rubbing scars against them. Everything becomes more and more numb, it hurts so much. Izuku can't do anything, because his hands were bound behind his back with rough rope, legs being forced open by large hands. It's 50% pain and 50% numbness. The 50% of pain overwhelms everything. Izuku wants 100% numbness. He doesn't care at this point. He feels sweaty, gross, disgusting, violated. The scar on his lower back rubs against the table, threatening to reopen the wound. It burns, like the exact moment he had been branded with the hot metal stamp from Chisaki. There's not one part of his body that doesn't hurt or ache. Izuku's pretty sure he sees blood somewhere on his body. It's the last of his concerns right now. He just wants everything to stop. He begs for them to stop, the words please and stop filling the room like a broken record on repeat. No one seems to care though, they only seem annoyed. The two men seem fed up, they walk away. Did they listen? Do they actually have a heart? Do they actually view him as a human? His hope is broken when the both of them come back with a white rag in his hand. One of them shoves the dirty rag into his mouth. Izuku chokes with the sudden intrusion of the fabric. He won't shut up. Jesus Christ. He forces himself to stop his sobs, afraid of what would happen. Just hurry up, Overhaul is in the other room. If he walks in on us messing up his damsel in distress, he's gonna kill us. His breathes are ripped off, no one listens to his muffled protests. Oh my God. Shut up for Christ's sake. His phone is shoved in his face, the flashlight of the phone camera glares at him. Shocked, Izuku tries to cover up his face with his hands from instinct and shame, unable to do so from the rope around his wrists. What would you do if I were to turn this on? What would you do if I recorded this and sent it to everyone you knew? The man smirks while the other laughs behind him tauntingly. He shoves the corner of the silver phone against his cheek, wiggling it to ridicule him anymore. His own tears wetting the case of the phone. Izuku tries to object. Prayers of mercy become muted from the cloth bunched up in his mouth. For the first time in his life, he begs for Chisaki to come and save him, drag him away from whatever this is. He'd rather endure the hell with Chisaki than whatever this is. To call it torture would be sugarcoating it, because if something's worse than time with Chisaki, something is majorly, utterly effed up. What did you say? Oh wait, can't hear you, the man snickers out, clearly amused. The constant buzz fills the room, vibrating like a shitty attempt of Morse code, buzzing accompanied by the default chirps and chimes of his ringtone. Oh, who's this? The phone is shoved in his face. He immediately squints from the bright light, but when he reads the caller ID his eyes blow open. Kachin's name is glaring at him, a bunch of emojis spammed next to it. The decline or answer buttons glow red and green, similar to Christmas lights. What would you do if I just pressed that green little button? His fingers wiggle dangerously close to the answer button. Izuku shakes his head left and right, even more aggressively than before. Oh, what if I just clicked it and then switched it to video chat? What would Kakin think? No. Muffled pleas fall deaf to his ears. Who's Kakin? Your boyfriend? Izuku shakes his head even more. Man, stop. If Overhaul finds us like this, he's gonna kill us. He expected us to do something vanilla, not torture and interrogation. He's literally 3 rooms away from us. We don't know when he's coming back. Shut up. Don't ruin my fun. You do what you want, and I'll do what I want. If you don't want this Kakin to see this, then shut up. Izuku nods quickly, not even hesitating, feeling the most useless he's been during his 15 years of life. He can't do anything. Hands bound back by rope, he can't protest. His mouth is gagged, he can't fight back, because he has no quirk. Atta boy, the man laughs, ripping the rest of his clothes off. Izuku just closes his eyes, a barrier to the well of tears that threaten to spill out. He already has to feel what this man is doing to him. It's too much to witness everything too. Hands roam all over his body and it feels gross, disgusting, violating. And for the first time since he's been forced into this dimly lit room, he feels somewhat thankful for the GG, because if the GG hadn't been occupying his mouth, he would have begged for someone to end it all. Izuku had never been a religious person, not caring for the countless religions others follow. But he prays with his eyes squeezed shut, begging for a higher being. Any form of a god, he begs for them to listen to him, to save him from anything. He wishes it would happen, that a hole would open on the floor, dropping the people to a painful death as they meet the floor, and that he would be saved and rid of all the impurities that were painted across his body. But despite living in this magical world, the world where people can produce fire from their hands, or have feet for ears, or have the ability to tell the future, the magic of quirks seems to become non-existent for Izuku. He always fantasized of heroes barging in the room, apprehending the men that violated him. But no one ever showed up, prayers never answered. It wasn't fair, but everything was never fair for him. Holy shit. He's still crying like a fucking. Man number 2 shouts out, disbelief behind his voice. Did it not work? What kind of supplier is this man? He can't see anything that's going on, but he can feel everything that's going on. Hands lift off his body, breathes are pulled up, zippers are zipped up, belts are buckled. The soft pitter-patter of feet decrescendo to him, then they crescendo back. Then a sharp something pricks his neck, it pinches. Everything becomes numb, pain dies down and becomes a soft tingle, legs feel like jelly, heartbeat increases in tempo, cold sweat coats his body, breathing becomes harder, everything becomes confusing. Shit. You did too much, look at him. Overhaul is gonna kill us. He can't focus on anything else in the room. All 5 senses are reduced to almost nothing. He can barely hear the yelling, eyelids feel like they carry the weight of a cement brick, touch becoming numb, breath becoming shallow. He can only think of a few things. Shouta. Kakin. Drifting in and out of consciousness, he thinks to himself, would he die here? At the young age of would he die without having his first date, his first concert, his first boyfriend or girlfriend, a nice relationship with his brother? Would he die without a high school diploma? That was pretty demon sad. His whole life had been a charity case. Quirkless teenage prostitute found dead, drags in system, the headline would probably say. Would they even bother to find the people that did this to him? Or would they say that he had done it himself, labeling him as nothing more than a troubled rebellious teen? They would probably say that quirkless teenagers had a rapidly rising problem with drags, that they were the menaces and stains to this almost perfect society. Statistics and blogs would be born, written by adults who lived in their moms' basements, or moms with a PhD in Facebook medicine and psychology. And people would believe them, because it didn't matter if they were right or wrong, or were college educated. All that mattered was if they had a quirk, strong or weak, it didn't matter. If he were to die here, would his death cause an uproar in the quirkest population? Would his brother mourn him? Would Kakin mourn him? Would the girls mourn him? Would anyone bother to seek out justice for him? Would someone save the girls? As he drifted in and out of consciousness, he thought about how pitiful his life actually was, bucket list remaining all unchecked. Would he die without ever repairing his relationship with his brother? Would he die without being Kakin's #1 supporter? Who would watch cheesy action movies with Katsuki if he was dead? What family would Shouta even have left if he died? Would he die here, last words to his only remaining family being spiteful and regretful, the heat of the moment? If he were to die here, he would die without a single contribution to society. Maybe it was for the best. As the black fuzzy screen that took over his vision stayed longer and longer, breathing becoming more and more shallow, he mumbles out, "Shouta, Kakin? I'm so sorry." The bus ride to the rescue training facility was short. Shouta used the 15 minutes of time to just blankly stare at basically nothing: the metal walls of the bus, his black sleek shoes, the dusty floor, his own hands. Shouta was tired, limbs ached, head hurt, eyes strained, his old man back hurt like a beach. He was hung over from the guilt of the reality of the situation. His head hurt from the lack of sleep because he kept dwelling over his discoveries. It didn't help him that he actually felt and looked hungover: muscle aches, irritable mood, headaches, and the whole 9 yards. Every time anyone spoke or even said anything, it was as if a car alarm was blaring right next to his ears, full volume and everything. Or if a baby was screaming and crying right beside him. Almost everything had increased his headache: Bakugo's angry loud voice, the obnoxious teenage girl accents, the ugly white LED lights on the ceiling of the bus, the soft buzz of the engine, the faint smell of gasoline. He felt horrible, looked horrible, and probably smelt horrible too. If he hadn't felt horrible last night, this day was the sour cherry on top for Shouta. He and Hisashi hadn't slept in the same bed, something they had never done. Hisashi hadn't even tried to spark a conversation with him or even spared him a glance in the tension-flooded car. And then Izuku's blonde feral guard dog charged at him without his muzzle, poking his nose into his business. If Hisashi had made him feel guilty, Bakugo had just taken the throne of the "making Shouta feel guilty" challenge. And did Shouta feel like Bakugo was right? Yeah, of course, despite his fiancé's arguments. The fact that this 15-year-old, hormonal, angry, irritated, feral teenager had done a better job of being there for Izuku only rubbed salt into Shouda's gunshot wound. To be fair, he wasn't even there for 12 years of Izuku's life, so Bakugo had of course won the Izuku's favorite person game fair and square. The only thing keeping him somewhat sane and awake were the 2 cups of iced black coffee running through his veins. Shouta was running on very few threads, the few transparent threads of bitter black coffee. He thought of what everyone said, while picking at the unruly cuticles of his nail, ripping or nibbling them off as a distraction. Thankfully, the bus stops with the screech of the brakes, and the students yelling phrases of excitement. Like the smallest, most disorganized ant colony Shouta had ever seen, they make their way out of the bus, in the saddest excuse of a single file line that resembles an abstract blob. The space hero, 13, greets them with excitement. All his students bask in her glory, squealing praises and admiration. Uraraka says something about aspiring to become a hero like 13, a hero that specializes in rescue, reasonable since her quirk would be superior in rescue situations. 13 talks about how important rescue training and missions are, and he silently nods his head in agreement, not wanting to talk. They make their way into the rescue training facility, bathing in the artificial sunlight of the yellow lights attached to the ceiling. "Where's All Might?" one of his students asks. Shouta looks around, left and right, up and down, behind his back, above his head, to be greeted by the missing presence of the blonde symbol of peace. Now he has the same question as his students, where the F is All Might. 13 decides to continue on with the training as they wait for All Might to arrive, and that's when he sees it. Circles of fog and mist appear out of nowhere, appearing right in front of them. And to Shouta's horror, villains step out of the multiple things of fog and mist. "You guys, Sepet." "These are villains," Shouta shouts out on instinct, guilt hangover immediately dying down, hero mode activating. 13. Protect the student. He grabs his scarf and steps in front of the group of uncountable low-level thugs. Shouta takes a deep breath in. It's time to do this. He activates his quirk, hair defying gravity and floating up, eyes glowing an angry red. Manipulating his scarf to follow his own will, pulling the low-level thugs to him, bashing their heads in. Shouta had never been a cocky man, but this group of hooligans was easy to deal with. They were on par with the low-level wannabe gangsters he finds on patrol, young people throwing a fit of rebellion, or trouble seekers robbing the local gas station for snacks. He finishes off the rest of the menaces, bashing their heads in with their own comrades' heads, similar to Newton's cradle contraption. He pulls them towards him with his scarf, kicking them to the ground as he pulls them towards him in the air. A few more low-level villains later and he hears the eager pitter-patter of feet rushing towards him. He looks up from the unconscious corpse of the low-level villain, then he sees it. The running body of what looks like a lanky teenager or young adult racing towards him. He's covered in silicone hands with thick red cord connecting them, the villain's wearing obnoxious neon red sneakers, quite the contrast to his comfy all-black clothing, shaggy white, almost light blue hair bounces up and down as he runs towards him. Now's not the time to worry about this villain's appearance. Having over a decade of hero experience, Shouta can tell that he was more experienced than the low-level villains he had just fought. He can tell just from his run. The other villains had ran with little to no confidence, shaky stance, and some even attempted retreating once they realized that they couldn't use their quirks. But Shouta has no time to debate on what to do. He needs to act now. He attempts to wrap his scarf around the villain's torso, like a Western cowboy with its lasso. He quickly catches on and grabs the end of the scarf with his hand. Shouta pulls the scarf towards him, taking advantage of the fact that this villain had just grabbed onto his scarf. Using the momentum of the pull, he elbows the villain in the gut. But the villain seems unharmed and just grabs onto his elbow. Shit, he has to blink, his eyes burn. "It was hard to tell when you were jumping around, but I found your tell, it's your hair." Shouta's dry eyes widened in shock. Did this villain just figure out his quirk? "When it's dropped it means you've stopped using your quirk." The villain's hand squeezes his elbow, then his elbow feels dry, then it hurts. "You're having to blink more often. Don't push yourself too hard now. You might just fall apart. Wouldn't that be a shame?" Unbearable pain spreads through his elbow. He glances at his elbow and his heart nearly stops. His skin is cracking, like dried clay. Pieces of his skin chip apart and fall to the ground like peeling paint. The pain becomes almost unbearable. But he can't quit now. He has to fight. For himself, for his students. Endure it, endure it, endure it. He quickly punches the villain off to avoid more damage, backing away from him, hissing at the cool air brushing against the open wounds on his elbow. "You destroyed my elbow." More low-level thugs attack him, fights proving to become more difficult, because he had been restricted to using only one hand for fighting. Shouta breathes in and out, breathing from exhaustion and pain, gripping at his arm to relieve the burning pain. "That annoying quirk of yours isn't suited for drawn-out fights against big groups, isn't it?" He gets surrounded by a handful low-level thugs. He can't fight back because of the exhaustion and pain. "Don't you think you're a little out of your element, Eraserhead?" The villain slowly gets up from the ground where Shouta had punched him in the gut. "You're much better at working stealthily. You're known for surprise attacks, not fighting head-to-head. But despite knowing that, you didn't hesitate to jump into the middle of this fight, to put your students at ease." A villain lets out a war cry, attempting to attack him in his distracted state. He immediately wraps his midsection up with his quirk and attacks the other villains desperate to take advantage of his vulnerable state. "Wow. And you're still standing, you are kind of cool. The villain says in amusement. Shouta can practically sense the smirk behind the weird silicone-looking hand that covers his face. And by the way, I am not the final boss. Shouta looks behind his shoulder in confusion. Before he can even process what was going on, his face smacked into the cement floor. His own blood gushes out, goggles fly out, the sounds of his own bones crackle and pop. His face pushed against the floor, black tiny dots slowly fill his vision. Would he die like this? Would he die here? All Shouta could think about in his drowsy, pain-induced state were the people in his life. His finance, his friends, his students, and most importantly his brother, Izuku. If he were to die here, Shouta would leave him all alone. He could never give him the life he deserved if he died. He could never do so many things with him if he died right here, in this rescue training camp. He wants to do so many things with Izuku, but he also has so many regrets. He can't die from some measly, non-fatal injuries. As the black dots clouding his vision grew bigger, his eyes slowly shut. As he felt out of consciousness, he thought two things. Hisashi, Izuku, I'm sorry. Arc 1/3 done. Hi guys. This Discord server is for updates on the book and polls on decisions of the book. I'm really new to Discord, but I would love for you to join. https://discord.gg/wjxhprb3d. Despite what everyone thinks, Mitsuki Bakugo is a loving person, loving wife, loving mother, loving friend. She loved her husband, A because he listened to her every command with no hesitation, B because he worshipped everything about her, lastly, he was so loving and accepting. They took the Japanese fashion industry by storm, working together to build their fame, fortune and name. Anyone in the industry would pass them off as the brains and brawn, or brains and melons. But they were both the brains plus melons. She's the straightest woman ever, married to what someone would assume was a gay man. Initially, Mitsuki had thought Masaru was gay when they first met at work. The grown man literally color-coordinated everything, if that wasn't an unspoken message of, I like it up my butt. Then Mitsuki really didn't know what was. But it turned out that he was straight, and they started their romantic rendezvous shortly after. She loved her son, despite his difficult nature. Katsuki had not only inherited her bold appearance, but also her difficult personality. Their personalities clashed, leading to a household full of yelling and name-calling. But despite all of this, she truly loved her son. The name-calling was an unspoken act of affection. No other person outside the Bakugo household would understand that. Oftentimes, motherhood made her hair gray, but she wouldn't trade it for the world. Growing up and teaching Katsuki was probably the best or funniest experience she's been through. Like when she taught Katsuki about the dangers of drags, or when she taught him about the birds and the bees. She could not take SEC education seriously with a name like that, so she just called it all about CC time. She loved Izuku. He was basically her second son, most likely future son-in-law if her demonic son didn't manage to F things up. She truly loved Izuku as much as she did her own son. He was an unofficial part of the family. It was good having Izuku around. He acted like a muzzle for Katsuki and his unfiltered personality. Even if people in the neighborhood said that Izuku was a burden, her little angel baby could never, despite his quirkless status. She saw the way Katsuki looked at Izuku. He looked at him like he was the most important, most appealing, most intelligent person in the entire universe. It was adorable, and it gave Mitsuki something for her to tease Katsuki about. She was just a loving person in general. Mitsuki was the type of lady that looked out for everyone. She carried hand cream for her son, strawberry hard candies for Izuku, glasses cleaner spray for her husband, and tampons and pads for any women in the washroom who needed it. Her Louis Vuitton handbag was the bougier version of Mary Poppins' bag. She loved very few people, but she loved the people in her life to death. Mitsuki especially loved having Izuku in her life, Izuku her little angel baby. She loves him so much that she practically remembers everything about the first day they meet. They met over a decade ago in a nearby park, the summer sun casting its warm golden glow on everyone. Shimmering golden lights seemed to reflect in his eyes, mixing in with emerald colors to form jade gold pupils. The emerald-speckled eyes plastered onto the cutest boy she's ever met, rosy chubby cheeks, face full of freckles, cute little button nose, green curled hair. Her cute aggressiveness immediately overtakes her, the urge to knead those rosy cheeks with her hands like raw dough, but she decides to just coo, for the boy's sake. His features were distinct, rare, exotic, something she swore she had seen before, something she couldn't put her red manicured finger on. The eyes, hair and nose were so familiar. But when you live in a world where people could produce fire from their hands and the whole 9 yards, green hair is rare, but still possible. But there's something about the tiny boy that seems familiar, emerald expressive eyes, tiny button nose, green soft hair. But there's no time to reflect when her demon's son drags him away by the hand to the playground's sandpit. Anyone who knew Mitsuki well would describe her as an observant woman, that her harsh personality was a disguise, a cloak for her analytical, observant nature. She saw straight through everyone's lies, even if others didn't. She knew when people would fake their personality, like when girls in university would act dumb with their melons out because people would view them as prettier. Mitsuki saw through everyone and everything, even if others didn't. So after playing in the park for a few weeks with Izuku, she knew almost everything about him. The boy was so sweet and pure, even without trying. Izuku was too kind for his tiny toddler body, and it made Mitsuki's heart hurt. Izuku went out of his way for anyone who asked. He tried to help everyone with his tiny toddler hands. He spoke about how he wanted to help everyone in the world. Izuku was always honest and genuine. But the boy was also overly apologetic and emotional, apologizing for the most insignificant things, like accidentally kicking some sand over her shoe, or being too slow when they were walking. It hurt her heart to know that Izuku felt genuinely so sorry over such little things. The poor baby always has tears in his eyes, like a dam constantly threatening to break with any inconvenience. Like when she had brought a pack of animal crackers for him, and as soon as she handed the colorful plastic package to him, Izuku started sobbing. And lastly, Izuku never had anyone with him. Not a mother, nor a father, nor a sibling. He was always just alone, which left Mitsuki questioning, was this boy being neglected? But as a parent herself, she had tried not to come to bad conclusions. Because she knew how hard it was juggling a job with a child skiing on your melons, crying 24/7, and eating anything and everything in sight, it was almost impossible. She had tried to give Izuku's parents the benefit of the doubt. Maybe Izuku lived right by the park, maybe his parents were busy with work, maybe they had dropped him off before she met with him in the park. But the signs added up, and it was obvious, red flags glared at her. So to confirm the assumptions, she asked to visit Izuku's house. Izuku baby? Can me and Katsuki visit your house? Yes. Izuku smiled up at her from the swing set, smiling with a few missing teeth. It was innocent, no intent laced behind it. The house was small, and had no outstanding furniture. The walls were colored with chipping cream-colored paint, matte and worn. It was outstandingly plain, no particular style to the furniture, no framed photos on the wall, no art on the refrigerator. It was so plain that it made the house look unique, in its old special way. The house didn't smell like anything in particular, it just smelt plain and dusty. But sometimes a smell lingered softly through the air, sometimes it was brandy, whiskey, vodka or rum. The smell wasn't strong or unbearable, it just lingered softly enough to bother Mitsuki. Katsuki or Izuku didn't seem to notice, they never were bothered by the smell. But when you're a fine wine connoisseur, you notice these things. She couldn't pinpoint where the smell came from. It never came from the kitchen, nor Izuku's empty room, or the living room. There weren't many rooms in the shoebox-sized house, so Mitsuki had pinpointed it to the room at the end of the hallway, the room no one ever entered. Izuku had said it was Mama's room, that no one could enter, they could only enter for emergencies, at least that's what Izuku said his mom told him. Reasonable of course. If Katsuki had ran into her room and ripped one of her 7,000 yen bras apart, she would have thrown a fit. But as the years passed by, when her boys had just turned 9, Mitsuki had noticed even more things about Izuku. Concerning things, like how the fridge was always empty, or how his little knees were always scraped, or the tiny circle burn marks on his stomach, or how her son was practically head over heels for him. But the most important thing she noticed, the most concerning, the most obvious, Izuku's mother was never home. She knew the fact Izuku's father wasn't present, or that his brother had left the house years ago, but she never really knew anything about his mother, the only relative in his life that was somewhat present. She knew that Izuku's father had moved to America for work, which she thought was bullshit, because with Izuku's house as proof, he was PSS poor. She knew less about his brother, but everything she knew about Izuku's brother broke her heart. She overheard Izuku and Katsuki talking about how his brother was in Udata High School, but he left while playing hide and seek and never came back. And for the first few years, Izuku spoke of his brother like he was the greatest man in the world, like he was capable of ending world hunger with his bare hands, or if he worked with Albert Einstein himself in a lab. But a few years later the praise died down, but he talked with hope, false hope that his older brother would eventually come back for him. But eventually, he just stopped talking about his brother completely. And finally, she basically knew nothing about his mother, not her name, not her job, she didn't even know what she looked like. During the many years she visited the Aizawa residence, she never actually met Izuku's mother. She would always ask where his mother was, but work would always be his answer. Over the years the smell of brandy remained weak and indistinct, but Mitsuki's curiosity only grew greater and greater, until it got the best of her. One day when she was cooking for her boys, she set her plan into action. Mitsuki took a chopstick, one of those cheap chopsticks that come in takeout food, and ran her finger across the rough edges, effectively giving herself a large splinter in the process. Ow! Mitsuki let out a fake, exaggerated cry of pain to grab Izuku's attention. "What's wrong, Auntie?" Izuku cried out, dropping his toys immediately to run towards her, Katsuki following behind him. "Auntie gave herself a splinter. Do you have any tweezers?" Izuku looked like he was about to straight up sob looking at the splinter. Izuku could never go a day without making her heart ache. "I think there's a pair in Mama's room," Izuku said, chewing his lips to hold back cries. Katsuki, her demon son, was just cackling behind Izuku. "Okay, I'll be right back, honey." Mitsuki kneeled down, patting Izuku's cheeks affectionately while glaring at Katsuki. She walked through the small hallway, body filling with anticipation. She looked back, making sure that neither Katsuki or Izuku were looking at her. Then she opened the door. The smell of brandy immediately flooded the house, growing more stronger as the door opened. Then an unpleasant smell hit her, the smell of body odor and sweat wafting towards her nose. It didn't smell like roses and vanilla, but it wasn't unbearable, so Mitsuki just decided to switch to breathing through her mouth as she shut the door behind her. The room was messy, clothes thrown all over the place, bras hanging off the corner of the bed, colorful heels lay mismatched on the floor. There was a small wooden makeup vanity, makeup sprawled across the counter, lipsticks, face powders, foundations, blushes, lip glosses. A bottle of brandy sits next to the pile of makeup sponges, half filled and forgotten. A pile of white anonymous dust was neatly piled into a long line at the end of the table, and as soon as Mitsuki saw it she backed away. You didn't need to be a rocket scientist or Albert Einstein to realize what it was so obviously drags. Was Izuku's mother a drag addict? Is that why she was never home? Oh, Izuku! Her poor baby. But after seeing a photo propped up on the unorganized bedside dresser, everything made sense. Izuku's familiar appearance, the white powder on the table, the syringes laying used in one of the drawers. The person in the photo was Inko Midoriya, or Inko Aizawa, the girl that was once in her life. They had met in high school, in the winter of the second semester. Mitsuki's life was okay in high school. She wasn't rich, but she wasn't poor, she wasn't really popular. Just popular enough. Her life wasn't perfect, but it's not like she fantasized about killing herself on the daily. Her life was like a steady stream. It remained uninterrupted, without any major delays. That was until Inko Midoriya came into her life. She has heard rumors about a new transfer student. Usually talk like that would be ignored because they got transfer students all the time, but a transfer student in the middle of the year was unheard of and bizarre. People in her math class had talked about how pretty she was, a natural beauty with no makeup caked up on her face. That she spoke weirdly, was behind in math and every subject, and how she was outstandingly appealing. Mitsuki brushed off these rumors. She was never really one to participate in gossip anyway. But she did grow curious. After all, she was the talk of the school. But a look is worth a million rumors, that's what her mother said. So she tried looking for her when she walked to her next class, taking her time walking through the hallways, glancing left and right at all the lockers as she walked. But one day, she did get a look of the rumored girl, and it was indeed worth a million rumors. Her teacher had asked to talk to her before class, her introductions to technology class teacher. He told her to look after this one girl in her class, to help her with technology because she was unfamiliar with it, and Mitsuki had the best grade in her class. At first she found it annoying, a hassle, something she didn't want to do. But with the teacher on her butt, it's not something she could refuse anyway. The teacher walked in with a new girl, the topic of all the rumors and gossip. And Mitsuki had choked on the soy milk in her mouth as soon as she walked in. She was the most appealing person Mitsuki had ever seen in her 16 years of life. She had green hair, emerald eyes, rosy cheeks, a tiny button nose and pink plump heart-shaped lips. The people calling her pretty was an understatement. This girl was breathtakingly gorgeous. The pretty white ribbon in her hair flopped down as she held her head down, shy from all the eyes on her. She checked all the boxes of pretty, model pretty, popular pretty, fashion magazine pretty, celebrity pretty, a goddess level of pretty. She was well built, slim despite being short, long pale legs, thin waist, wide hips, medium-sized bust. Guys snickered at her with their friends, wolf whistling at the girl. While other girls had their mouths agape from her beauty, some glaring at her in jealousy. The teacher bent down to whisper in her ear, pointing and looking at Mitsuki in the process. The girl looked at her, red eyes, emerald green eyes as they made eye contact. And Mitsuki took time to truly admire her beauty. Gold seemed to be speckled in her eyes, like tiny gold flakes swimming in jade pools. A cherry blossom pink hue plastered her cheeks and the tip of her nose. The girl seemed to notice Mitsuki staring at her, blushing and turning her face away to hide the blush of embarrassment. Mitsuki's face grew flushed, a tomato red. She coughed into her fist, scratching the back of her neck. The girl walked towards her, cherry blossom pink blush still gracing her cheeks, and sat down next to her with a plop. The teacher started class, and after 2 painfully long minutes of awkward silence, Mitsuki had decided to say something. So, Tanaka-sensei said you had some trouble with some sheet? Computers, those annoying little fuckers, am I right? Mitsuki choked out, cringing internally because of how awkward she sounded. But the response she had gotten wasn't one she had expected. The girl burst out laughing, clutching her stomach and wiping her tears with one hand, the room filling with cute giggles. Mitsuki blushed and her ego grew twice in size, because her laugh was so cute, and she had just made the pretty girl laugh. Oh, yeah, I guess, she smiled out, wiping the remainder of her tears with her slender pale hands. The rumors were true, she did talk weird. I'm Mitsuki Bakugo, and what about you? Extended her hand out to her, the girl taking her hand in return. Inko Midoriya. She let out a timid smile, weird dialect and accent peeking through her speech. This computer sheet is hella easy. I'll teach you later, Midoriya-san, let's just slack off in class. Mitsuki said, kicking her feet up on her desk, clasping her hands around the back of her head. Oh, call me Inko, it's what we do back where I live. And that class marked the start of a brief, short friendship. But Mitsuki had noticed and learned a lot of things about Inko. Inko had told her that she was from a small tight-knit farmer town in the country, which explained the weird dialect and accent and her lack of understanding in more modern subjects like computers. Inko had also told her that her parents had passed in a wildfire that ravaged the small town, that she was homeschooled her whole life, and that she just planned on inheriting her father's cabbage farm. Inko was the pretty dumb country girl in a not-so-pretty school, a not-so-pretty city. But Mitsuki also noticed a lot of things about Inko, like how she was extremely insecure, she doubted her every move and thought she was the dumbest person in the world, or how she covered her stomach every time someone would look at her, or how she lowered her head down every time a guy looked at her, or how she was on the verge of crying in class, looking down at the text of the assignment. Everyone had thought that Inko was pretty. Mitsuki seriously didn't know why Inko was so insecure. If she had looked as pretty as Inko, she would have strutted out to buy groceries in the most revealing bathing suit with no shame. But she never asked. It was a sensitive topic for girls. Mitsuki had seriously thought that Inko was the prettiest person that she had ever seen, or the prettiest person in the world. She had caught herself staring at Inko countless times, speechless, basically paralyzed from her beauty. Everything about Inko was pretty too, like her white cute lacy bras, or her slender pale hands, or her prominent bony collarbones. She smelt like lavender, strawberries, and coconut oil. Mitsuki had basically dropped all of her friends while talking to Inko. Mitsuki didn't need any other friends, neither did Inko, they just needed each other. They were basically attached by the hip, inseparable. So it didn't come as a surprise when an upperclassman asked both of them to go to a party. Mitsuki's popularity had grown, and so had Inko's. Mitsuki was the kinda hot girl with the gorgeous lil country girl attached to her hip, and Inko was the pretty dumb country girl with her blonde best friend. Inko showed up to her first party in a pretty sundress and wedged sandals, a outfit that screamed, "I'm not from the city." While everyone had shown up in tight short nightdresses, tacky 7-inch estarpar heels and heavy caked makeup, Inko walked in the house with her cute sundress and light makeup. Mitsuki had curled her eyelashes for her, afraid that Inko would rip out her eyelashes if she did it by herself. She floated a tiny ceramic pot towards her, filled with something red, beeswax and red pigment from pressed flowers. Inko smudged the red wax around her lips and on the apple of her cheeks. She smiled and turned around to look at Mitsuki. "Do I look okay, Michan?" Was Inko kidding? She went from Vogue supermodel to symbol of beauty and femininity. Even with 2 makeup products, Inko was breathtakingly stunning. "Of course you do, Inko. You look effing appealing." Inko started tearing up. "Really? You look even more gorgeous, Michan." Inko smiled, it was genuine. If only that were true. Mitsuki had $400 worth of makeup caked on her face and she still hadn't even come close to Inko's beauty. They held each other's hands and walked into the party together. For the first few parties, Inko stood out like a black sheep. She refused to drink, wasn't sloppily making out with someone, and she wore cute little sundresses. It took a few parties for Inko to be convinced to drink, and the first shot of gin was life-changing. Both of them had discovered that Inko had a pretty low alcohol tolerance. 3 shots in and she was stumbling when walking, and 6 shots in. She straight up passed out. She still enjoyed drinking though. And after another few parties, Inko started borrowing Mitsuki's mini dresses and heels, then she borrowed makeup, and after a few months the country girl was gone. Her country dialect had mostly disappeared. She talked like a local, caked on lipstick and mascara, and dressed like a popular city girl. Cute sundresses were traded in for mini skirts and bodycon dresses. Beach sandals were traded in for 7-inch stilettos, and her 2 makeup products were traded in for a full face of makeup. Inko had changed a lot, but she was still the insecure girl Mitsuki had first met. Inko just was more of a people pleaser. She started wearing more revealing clothing because she had discovered that people treated girls dressed like that better. But boys would still wolf whistle at her, and girls would still glare at her with envy and jealousy. Inko thought that the whistles were ridiculing her, and that she was at fault for the girls hating her. Inko's grades never went up. She was almost failing all her classes despite trying her best. Mitsuki could tell just looking at Inko. She had hated herself. But one night changed everything. Mitsuki and Inko had thought that it would be a regular party, the regular bi-weekly ones they would attend. But if Mitsuki ever had the chance to go back, she would go back and make sure that Inko would never attend the party. The party was held in an upperclassman's house. City pop music blasting throughout the house, ugly purple UV lights lit up the whole house. There was a guy in the party, holding a glass bottle of cheap beer. It was obvious that he was older than everyone else, maybe in his early 20s, late 20s. He was handsome, chiseled cheekbones, unshaven stubble, freckled face, tall straight nose bridge, jet black hair, leather jacket, black skinny jeans and a white fitted t-shirt. Mitsuki had recognized him as the local drag dealer, Aizawa Hisashi. He mostly went to teenage house parties, because teenagers were willing to pay a higher price because they usually couldn't get their hands on everything. He discreetly sold stuff: joy, marijuana, the whole 9 yards, stuff that stupid teenagers like to do. He was known for his rather strong controversial opinions. He was openly homophobic, often stating how much he hated gay people. But he was even more known for being quirkist. He hated weak quirks, evil quirks, useless quirks, and lastly people without quirks, the quirkless. The local drag dealer went up to them and whispered into her ear. Inko blushed and looked up at him. "I'll be right back, Michan. Go home without me." The older man dragged her by the hand, both of them walking out of Mitsuki's sight. And ever since Inko met Hisashi, she changed even more. The Monday after the party, Inko was practically glowing. She was happy, confident, and always smiling. Inko had told her that Hisashi was a caring man. He called her appealing and smart, and treated her like a princess. Mitsuki had tried to warn Inko about Hisashi, that he was in his 20s, was a drag dealer, and got involved in dangerous stuff, but Inko didn't really care. Mitsuki could tell that Inko loved him, just from the way she talked. Her eyes practically had hearts in them when she talked about Hisashi. Hisashi was a bad person, the wrong person that came into her life at the wrong time. The wrong person that gave Inko just the right amount of praise and attention at the wrong time. Mitsuki could only sit and watch as Hisashi infiltrated her friend's life. And after a few weeks, Inko had dropped a few too many pounds, her eye bags showed through her concealer, and she was jittery all the time. She barely showed up to school. She showed up once a week, sleeping in every class. Her grades were dropping and she was failing every class, but Inko didn't really care. She just spent class time sleeping. And a few weeks after that, Inko had practically stopped showing up to school. Mitsuki had tried to check up on her, but no one was in her tiny one-bedroom apartment. But one day someone knocked on her door while her parents were away in America for business. Mitsuki opened the door expecting to be greeted by a salesman, but to her surprise Inko was standing right in front of her. She looked skinny, too skinny. She became paler, like her skin was straight up gray. All her blemishes stood out on her paper-white skin. Her cheekbones had sunken in, the rosiness on her cheeks had disappeared, and her eye bags were puffy and purple. "Hey Michan," Inko signed out. She was shivering and jittery, even in the hot summer sun. "Inko, where have you been?" "I've been sick. Just listen Michan, I really need help." Inko paused, looking around them. She pulled out an orange cup with a lid from her pocket. "No questions, just pee in this cup," Inko whispered out, shakingly shoving the cup into the hand. "What? That's gross." She was so confused. Why would Inko need a cup of her piece? "Please, I really need you Michan." Inko was shaking as she was crying, fingernails digging into her palms. Mitsuki felt guilty. Inko needed her, so she wouldn't ask questions. "If I do this? Will you go to school? Go to class?" Yeah, of course." Inko blurted out, not even giving time to think about it. It was an awkward experience, giving a friend a container of your own PSs. But Inko needed her, so she would do anything to help. Inko frantically thanked her, shoving the container into her pocket and running out of her sight. Inko broke her promise. She never showed up to school, never even called Mitsuki. That was the last time Mitsuki had saw Inko. But Mitsuki had heard rumors about how Inko got knocked up by her drag dealer boyfriend, or how she became a prostitute, or how she became addicted to drags. Mitsuki really didn't know. She didn't know how to feel. Mitsuki put the photo frame down with shaky hands covering her gaping mouth. Everything had made sense. Why Izuku looked so much like her, and why Izuku's mother was never home. Because Izuku's mother was Inko, the girl that once was in her life. After that, Mitsuki had immediately reported the case to Child Protective Services and the police, but no one ever reached back or looked into the case. Mitsuki had reached out countless times, sending letters, phoning letters, writing emails, but no one ever replied or investigated the house. It made Mitsuki want to cry. No, she did cry. She cried countless hours over it. Because no one cared about her angel baby, her selfless boy, her pure, sweet, innocent boy. He didn't deserve it. But since Inko was never there for him, and the law didn't bring justice for him, Mitsuki decided to care for him, because Izuku deserved it. And as Izuku grew up, he resembled his mother even more. Izuku has inherited Inko's breathtaking beauty and his father's freckles. Every time he smiled, Mitsuki could see the shadow of Inko behind him. He looked so much like her. Katsuki looked at Izuku the same way she would look at Inko, like he was breathtaken by Izuku's beauty. But Katsuki had adoration in his eyes. He actually smiled when he was around Izuku. It was laughable, honestly. Mitsuki would struggle trying to make Katsuki do anything for her, but if Izuku asked, it would be done by Katsuki in a heartbeat. Izuku still had his loving personality. He was still the same selfless, helping, pure, sweet boy he once was like as a child. Mitsuki loved her boys so much. They were her pride and joy. She wanted to give Katsuki and Izuku the world. One day, when Izuku had just turned, Izuku had sat her down and thanked her for everything that she had done for Izuku, and that if anything were to happen to him, he wanted her to inherit 90% of his belongings. Mitsuki was crying because Izuku didn't need to thank her for anything she had done. Izuku was a blessing himself. Mitsuki should have been the one thanking him. But she was also confused. Izuku was so young, why would anything happen to him? Now she was out to go shopping at her favorite grocery store, seeing on the flyers that her favorite items had a 4-for-1 deal. She decided to walk, because the weather was fairly nice, and the store wasn't that far away anyway, a 10-minute walk away at best. But as she was walking, she saw Izuku. A suited man had his arm around him, Cuban cigar in the other hand. He had a black medical mask on, golden eyes glaring at her. She got a bad feeling. She saw the shadow of Inko and Hisashi walking away hand in hand at the party, so she had to check up on Izuku. But before she could call out his name, they had already entered the car and driven away. Mitsuki felt useless again. Izuku woke up, his senses dulled. The harsh white LED lights glare through the protective layer of his pale eyelids, faint buzz of machinery filling his ears like music, the taste of bitter morning breath occupying his mouth. He was hungry, so hungry that he felt a couple of his ribs poke through his stomach, guts basking in the empty feeling of hunger. Izuku could eat anything right now. He was craving anything and everything. Oatmeal would be nice, or the curry he ate the other day from his brother. But weirdly, the realization that he didn't die settled in his mind after the longing for food. Or maybe he was actually dead, sunbathing in the clouds of heaven, halo resting atop his head, white silk robe revealing more skin than it covered. Or maybe it was hell. Maybe the feeling of hunger was Satan's torture, or the unbearable sore feeling that prickled the insides of his skin were the fiery flames of hell roasting him alive. But it wasn't hell, because the shuffle of thick loafers squeaked against the floor near him. Maybe the devil was dressed in his Sunday best. "He's real pretty, how much do I have to pay you for a turn?" Pretty, he always hated the word. Because when Izuku matured, not only did his features change, but the world changed around him also. Because when you're less than ideal, born without society's praised beauty standards, blonde hair, blue eyes, big BRSS, thick hips, long hair, ideal quirk, the only reason people find you pretty is because you're a FTZ. Izuku had learned this when he was 14, because in the hierarchy of society ruled by rich old men, they were the brains and bronze, and people who were pretty but didn't match the beauty standard were deemed brains and melons, or brains and butts. When his mother's old friends would hug him too tight, hands wandering near his bottom for too long, hands squeezing his waist, he knew something was wrong. Before PBRY, Izuku was the quirkless loser that clung onto zero accomplishments, but after PBRY, he was a living, breathing doll, eye candy, someone's property. But when you're Izuku, born to a drag-addicted mother, the product of false love being blossomed in a bad environment, born without a quirk, scrawny skinny body, you could never find yourself pretty. Izuku hated everything about his appearance, from his mud-splattered freckles, swamp green eyes, scrawny twig body, to his floppy seaweed hair. Oh, how he wished he was born as something else. Pretty, blonde hair, blue eyes, full body, and an ideal quirk. Or sometimes he wished he would be born as one of the old men that squeezed him a bit too hard, played with his hair too long, or caressed his hips. Because they were the top of the system, the top of the food chain. As much as he hated them, he wanted to be them. Because no matter how ugly they were, how much of a beer belly they had, how much hair they had, their appearance, they were the rulers in his society. Izuku just wanted to stop staying at the bottom. Sometimes he fantasized about a lover that would link arms with him, hold his hands as they would walk through the beach, whisper sweet nothings into his ear, tell him how appealing and intelligent was. They would have their honeymoon on a tropical island, buy a vintage wooden house, cook sugary pastries every Friday, cuddle every night. But these were just all hopes and dreams that faded into dust. Would anyone even love him the way he was? Quirkless, scrawny, ugly, defenseless. Sometimes he would tell himself to stop fantasizing. Because it hurt, it was something that would never come true. Who would love him? He wasn't pretty, the opposite of it. Izuku thought that he was unbearable to look at. Ironically, he held on to whatever made him pretty with all his scrawny strength, starving himself even though he hated it. Izuku never knew why. He viewed it as a punishment of sorts, punishing himself for merely existing on Earth. He desperately wanted for someone he loved to hold his cold, small hands, look him in the eyes, and genuinely tell him that he was appealing. But that would never happen. He shouldn't surround himself with false hope, because it only pained him more. Stop talking and do your job, pretty him up. In bringing him to a meeting soon, Izuku couldn't open his eyes, eyelids felt like they weighed 50 pounds. But he could recognize it as Chisaki's voice, his powerful captor. He couldn't really process the words completely, drunk off numbness and the prickly feeling inhabiting his body. You sure? Nothing serious happened, but his body can't handle another overdose, the anonymous voice hummed out. At the time, Izuku didn't really know what was going on, words going in one ear and coming out the other. He recognized it as Japanese, but despite it being his native language, he couldn't process any of the words fully. I got rid of them, it won't happen again. Chisaki placed a gloved hand over his head, rubbing his hair gently while sighing. The other voice laughed. If he dies? Can I still have a turn? The other man's taunting laughter died down. He seemed to be fearfully silenced by something. Shut! Chisaki snapped out, slamming his hands against an anonymous hard surface, an audible gulp echoing in the cold room. Warm, leather-covered hands grab under his bare thighs and back, lifting him up in the process, bridal style. Izuku whines, the burn scar rubbing against the clothed arms, burning, tingling pain turning into a sharp stinging pain. Even though his eyes were closed, it's like he could sense Chisaki raising a brown eyebrow at him. Chisaki walks while carrying him, his body gently plopping up and down during every step, discomfort only growing greater. You aren't fooling anyone, Izuku, I know you're awake, his captor calls out in annoyance, opening a door in the process. It's not like he wasn't awake, it's just that his senses were greatly dulled, but despite that everything was sensitive. It was contradicting. He couldn't fully process what others were saying, but every little sting, ache or burn he felt, and it made his body sweat and shut down. He understood what Chisaki was saying, but too tired to reply, he whined. In which Chisaki clicked his tongue behind his medical mask. He was thrown softly on a velvet-covered couch, the sound of distant chatter of the TV in the background. The small, short pocket of peace and unmitigated silence. Interrupted by the sting on his left cheek. Hey! Hey! Izuku! Izuku forced his 50-pound eyelids to open, already feeling the strain on his upper eyelids. Tears that well in his eyes threatening to spill out, not because it really hurt, but because of the fear of what Chisaki would do next. It was so scary to him, how someone who genuinely found him appealing could hurt him so much, break down his confidence, but try to build it up at the same time. He felt like Chisaki's human-sized stress relief toy. Chisaki said while making a gesture to open his mouth under his black medical mask, his hand grabbing Izuku's chin, forcing him to tilt his head up and open his mouth. Swallow. Chisaki held up a small plastic cup of clear liquid to his mouth, and Izuku shook his head. Chisaki's eyebrows furrowed, amber-golden eyes filled with rage, and Izuku felt helpless and scared again. So through hiccups and tears, he swallowed the foul-tasting liquid, the drowsiness that once took place immediately going away in seconds. Chisaki pulled the cup away from his lips, tossing it carelessly across the room. He pointed his gloved finger at Izuku. Stay here, watch TV or something, I don't care. Just stay here, I'm bringing some important people here. Chisaki glared at him, unreadable emotions displayed across his face. Behavior, Chisaki spat out, pressing his pointer finger into his chest between every word for emphasis. And then Chisaki turned around and left the room without wasting a second, white dress shoe clacking against the cold polished floor. Izuku tucked his scraped pale knees into his chest as soon as the door shut, sobbing into his skinny arms. He felt so stupid, crying over basically nothing. He had dealt with worse, so why was he sobbing over some slaps? His sobs were silent and choked out, afraid of disturbing anyone who may be near his room, but because of the unmitigated silence he could still hear the now clearer murmur of the TV. Reports state that Yurata students were attacked during a training exercise. The rest was Blabber's murmurs. The nicely dressed newswoman seemed to be the devil personified at the moment. Yurata students? Yurata students attacked. Yurata students? Kaken was a Yurata student. And he was attacked. Kaken was attacked. The realization hit him like a brick at 90 miles an hour, eyes blowing wide open, heartbeat growing in pace, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Izuku held his shaky hands over his mouth to silence the very loud sound of his gasp. Then shock turned into fear. On the TV screen he saw photos of pro-heroes displayed on the screen. The photo of his raven-haired brother stood out amongst all of them. Shouta, his brother, and Kaken, his best friend, were injured, maybe dead, he didn't know. Izuku started crying even more, long green eyelashes wetting with tears. He frantically started searching for his phone, looking in his pocket, under his shirt, anywhere and everywhere in the room. He needed to find a phone. Anything would work, even a decade-old flip phone would work. But as he was searching through the cushions of the black velvet couches, the door abruptly opened. Green eyes met with familiar red eyes, way too familiar, the red eyes that were once in his life. Aizu-chan. Shouta woke up in pain, but despite the immense pain, he pushed it aside and only thought of a few things. His students. Izuku. Hizashi. He looked down to his lap, arms, and basically any skin he had was covered in white medical bandages. Despite all his digits being bound together by thin fabric, all phalanges bandaged and covered, he awkwardly shifted around the small hospital bed, looking for anything to contact someone. The memories flashed through the major headache flooding his brain. Blood, bones cracking, screaming, yelling, it was horrible. How could he as a teacher fall unconscious during the most crucial event of his career? Shouta hated himself for it at the moment. How could he, as a teacher, lose consciousness when his young students fought for their life, failing to protect his students with little to no experience? His students were just children, half his age, not even an adult. Most of them had probably never experienced their first kiss, or their first date. They hadn't even made it to graduation yet. They were Izuku's age. Wait, Izuku. He reached into his pocket, struggling to do so with his bandaged arms, digging around his breathes pocket to find his phone. In desperation, he was about to press the nurse call button in desperation, but the door flung open harshly before his bandaged phalanges could make contact with the red button on his hospital bed. Two people walked towards the white edge of his hospital bed, Hizashi, his fiancé, and Bakugo, his student. Shouta. Can it, you old man? You have the rest of your life to talk to him, blondie. Bakugo growled out, pushing Hizashi back with his palm. Bakugo walked up to him, dressed in his comfy casual clothes, and his expression softened. First of all, I'm not gonna lie, what you did was badass, and I'm grateful for you pulling our buttes out the fire. Bakugo took a deep inhale, shoving his bandaged hands in the pockets of his black breath pockets, looking down and kicking the ground softly with his feet. I'm gonna say this once, so you better listen, you old man. I'm not gonna say this sheet again. Bakugo looked up, pulling his hands out his pockets to cross them against his chest. I'm sorry, so don't make me say it again. For years I hated you. I told myself I would kill you on sight if I ever saw you. I knew you were Izuku's brother the day you introduced yourself to the class, but I never told Izuku you were my teacher, because I thought you weren't good enough for him. I thought Izuku deserved better in his life. Don't get me wrong, I still hate you, but it took me a while to think. You're just trying to be a good brother for Izuku, and you better keep trying, old man. I yelled at you at first because I was so frustrated, So frustrated that you had abandoned Deku. You left him with his sheet mother, you left him alone to deal with all his burdens. Bakugo took a deep breath and started tearing up. I won't ever understand what it's like having Inko for a mother, so I can't say that you were a PP for leaving the house. But everyone has their breaking points, so I get why you left. But Izuku is the person I love most. He's the kindest, most caring, most considerate, most self-sacrificing person, most appealing you'll ever meet. He's the best FING person in the whole entire universe, and he deserves everything and anything. We both don't deserve him teach, but I'm his best friend, and I deserve to know some things, so don't give me that "it's none of your business" bullshit, because I just want to help. Got it? Bakugo harshly blinked away his tears and shook his head. He walked towards the door, but before he shut the door he looked at him. And thanks for protecting us. Before shutting the door abruptly and walking away, the pitter-patter of his shoes decrescendoing in volume as he walked further away. After Bakugo left, Hizashi stepped towards him. So, Bakugo? Shouta awkwardly asked. This was the first time that they had talked during the argument. Kid practically hunted me down and made me take him to you, Hizashi awkwardly said, his thumbs twiddling with one another, usual energetic personality gone. So, I am sorry, Shouta, Hizashi abruptly screamed out, quirk almost in use. What? Shouta asked through his mummified bandaged state. I'm really sorry for lashing out at you, it was the heat of the moment, you know? I genuinely didn't mean it, Shouta, I just want the best for your brother. I don't know what came over me, Hizashi rubbed his hand over Shouta's covered palm. I know you're sorry, it's okay, I know, Hizashi. Shouta tried to give him soft smile, and Hizashi burst down crying, head in his lap. More importantly, you idiot. What were you thinking? I was so scared. Do you know what it was like, Sho? Hizashi cried out, not even bothering to use his inside voice, banging his fists softly against his bandaged thigh. I'm sore. Don't do it again. You gave me a heart attack. Hizashi continued sobbing into his blanket-covered lap, hands gripping at the blanket. And after a few minutes of sobbing and love-filled conversations, Hizashi lifted his head up and looked at him. Did Izuku stop by here? Hizashi asked, concern behind his voice. No, why? Shouta asked, assuming that Izuku was at home, unaware of his status at the hospital. I went by to grab him and give him something, but he wasn't home, and as soon as the words left his fiancé's mouth, Shouta started panicking, looking left and right, all around the room, beads of sweat tickling at his unshaven stubble. Hizashi digged into his jacket pocket to grab the sticky note Izuku had given him, unfolding it quickly and pulling out his phone, opening the phone app and pressing in the numbers of his phone number. They called 4 times frantically, maybe 5, but all of the attempted calls went straight to voicemail. Hizashi looked at each other at the same time and both nodded. Hizashi clicked the voicemail options and held the phone speaker up to Shouta's mouth, since his arms were bound by bandages. Hey Izuku, we're really sorry about what happened. We wanted to talk to you, but Hizashi noticed that you weren't home. Something happened and I might not be home in a while, but Hizashi might be able to pick you up and bring you to me. I get that you're probably really upset, but I want to talk to you. I was wrong and that was such a bad move of me. I get that you're upset, but can you call me back as soon as you get this? Thanks, Izuku. A beep sound came out of Hizashi's phone. They were about to text him, but the door softly opened after 3 soft knocks. A man in a blue police vest stepped into the room, closing the door behind him quietly. Hello, Aizawa Shouta. I'm sorry that I came here to talk to you in your state, but it must be done. I'm here on behalf of the Mizudafu Police Department, and I've come here to ask a few questions about the attack on your students and your mother's odd death.